Hey, early birds. Just wanted to say,
Love you.
you ready to party? Have you stretched? Are you ready to boogie? Put on your dancing shoes. It's time to get loose. Chat, lend me your energy. I need your energy. Lend me your strength. Feel it. It's working. Keep it up. It's too much. It's too much energy. I can hold it. I can take it. More. More. Dip-dibbity-doo-doo. Dip-dip-dibbity-doo-doo. Born to be alive. Born. Born. Dibby-dibby-dibby-dibby-dibby-dip. Born to be alive. Did I get the new Zelda game? I don't have new Zelda game money. I ain't got that kind of money. Did I get Astrobot? I don't have that kind of, I don't have that kind of money. Yet. We'll get there though. We're heading that way. We're getting that direction. Hello. Hello. Welcome. It's Friday. It's Friday, you know what that means.
Boss, you know we finally here, right? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what?
It's Friday.
Let's go! Let's go! What? 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 Hey! 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 No, you didn't!
Oh, yes, he did. Oh, yes, he did. They said, no, you didn't. Oh. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, he did. Tilt my camera down a little bit. I raised my desk up a little bit so I could slide under a little more. Never gets old. It's become a little bit of my Friday ritual. You know, I find it helps me to get amped up for Friday. You know, if they normalize a 3-day weekend, will Thursday become the new Friday? And will the Rebecca Black song still make sense? Thirsty Thursday. You know, having lived on a college campus, what you'll notice is that people will come up for a they'll come up for a clever name. They'll come up with a clever name for every day of the week in order to justify their drinking. It's like, oh, it's Wasted Wednesday, Tipsy Tuesday. Mom, I promise I'm not an alcoholic Monday. Like the shirt? It's got lions on it. Pretty cool, huh? I had some old dude compliment my shirt. He was like, I love that shirt. I was like, thank you. Animal tier list when? Alright, well, cephalopods are going in the S tier. I think we're all in agreement on that. My own t-shirt collection. Well, that'd be fun. Whenever I make it big. Whenever I make it big, we'll have all sorts of fun shirts. I want, like, kind of psychedelic, but also, like... Not like, you know, you go to, like... a music festival, you go to a rave, and people are gonna be wearing, like, psychedelic shirts. I want them to be a little more understated. Not particularly garish. You know, something that you could wear to Costco. Well, it's Friday, and you know what that means. So tell me. What does it mean? Paper bag pants. Oh. It's a serve. It's a serve. Casual Friday. You know, one of the things that I really liked about working in mental health was that every day was Casual Friday. I knew people who worked in the office who it was like sweatpants. It looked like they were going to the gym every day. It's like sweatpants and t-shirts or hoodies. And I think that's just one of the things that they have to, you know, allow people when you work in community mental health. It's like, well, we can't force them to dress nice. That's asking too much. We're already making them, you know, work such a difficult job. It's like, might as well let them wear something comfy while they do it. You know, I've never had a job where I've had to dress professionally, and I'm okay with that. I'm not gonna say I don't look good in a suit or anything, because I might. We're gonna try to get to 100 subs today. It's September. September's wrapping up, so. All men look good wearing a suit. And I feel like that's why a suit has been such a standard in men's fashion for so long. It remains largely unchanged. It's like, sure, they might change some small things. Button placement, the cut, the collar, the material. You do independent living work at a CIL and they were hard on your ass for nothing. Well, I mean, they were probably like dealing with their own thing, and then they took it out on you, because that's kind of what people tend to do. I don't know if you've caught on to that. Probably. But that's what people tend to do. If you're ever like, wow, this guy's such a hard ass, or wow, this person's being such a dick, it's like, huh, I wonder what they got going on. I wonder what they're struggling with. We talking about suits? I need a new suit because whenever I bought my old suits, I was skinnier. But now I have a dad bod, and so I need a dad suit. Also, at regular stores, it's not easy to find a suit that actually fits me. I'm a big boy. One of the things I want to try to do... Where'd my pen go? This is the problem with keeping pens on my desk, is that somebody always rehomes them. Somebody always says, "Oh, a pen. It must be lost. It must be... We need to get you. We need to adopt you." That's the problem. I don't know where my pen went. The one time I want to write something down. The one time I want to write something down. Oh well. I'll just have to make a list. I'll just have to type it, which... Ugh. I want to come up with some ideas for some fun presentations. Some stuff we haven't talked about before. But also, I want to do more like theory and speculation. I don't want to just like go over stuff that we've known for a long time. I want to think outside the box a bit. Taylor stream when, you know? Whenever I got Taylor money, which will be probably around the time that I have Astrobot money, and the new Zelda game money. Hopefully those things all line up. The problem I've come to find is that doing things for free doesn't pay you money, which origami. You know, I used to like doing origami as a kid. Origami is fun. I also liked to make paper planes. That was another thing I would do as a kid. Casey and I had a contest one time where we both were making paper planes, and we were gonna see whose could fly farther, and I was like, I'm sorry, but you don't stand a chance. I have years of experience. I know the techniques. Hi Joshua, happy Friday. I'm gay. Hi gay. I'm Joshua. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, everybody. How you feeling? I feel hungry, but not in like a food way. Idea for a presentation: psycholinguistics. The mimetic component of internet slang. You know, people like to fit in, people like to feel like they're a part of something, and having a lingo or a jargon associated with that thing really lends to that. So, like, in any community that you visit, or any, like, collective of people who, you know, share a common identity, they tend to develop their own jargon. Like in prison, they've got the prison jargon, and they've got all sorts of words and terms that are just, you know, specific to their own situation. And that goes for like any group of people. Like sports fans, video game fans, and then even within like sub branches of like different types of sports, different types of games. You're feeling worried today? Is it for good reason, or is it just like I got nothing better to do? Sometimes anxiety will be like, I got nothing better to do. I should find something to worry about. So my second question is there anything you can do about it? Not right now. And all you gotta do is chill. And all you can do is chill. These Gen Alpha make me laugh. And here's the thing. We were doing the same shit. We were doing the same shit. Granted, it looked a little bit different, but that's how generations operate. But I feel like there are patterns that repeat. You know, young people will, you know, like even like a millennial being like, I'm not emo, I'm seen. Like, would most people understand what that means? Probably not. Feeling anxious this morning, but you're able to do stuff that you normally can't do while feeling anxious, but I did it while feeling anxious. It's a great way to turn your anxiety into a tool. I feel like for a lot of people, anxiety feels debilitating and it makes you feel like I can't do anything because you're just caught in these sort of thought loops of like worry, concern, and fear. You're like, what could happen? What bad things could happen? What's the most terrible, awful thing that could happen if this were, you know, if I were to do this? Anxiety's always going to be there. But it doesn't, you don't always have to respond to it the same way. It's meant to be a tool. You know, I'm hungry. I go get up and I find something to eat. That's like, oh, thank you, anxiety. I'm thirsty, I go find something to drink. Thank you, anxiety. I'm lonely, I go find somebody to talk to. Thank you, anxiety. So I think the biggest thing that people can learn how to do is to just recognize it for the tool that it is and try to use it to your benefit rather than allowing it to just run rampant. What comes to mind is like, if anxiety is a tool, I'm imagining like a drill or like some other type of power tool. But like you wanna pick it up and you wanna use it. You don't want to just let it rattle around on the floor and stand in the corner like, huh. It's gone rogue. You have a bit of anxiety yourself this morning. Can you think of a day ever in your entire life where you didn't have at least a little bit of anxiety? You have a technician coming to change the equipment for your Wi-Fi, so you leave work when you get the call and you gotta put the dog in the bedroom. This is making you anxious. Or you can get excited because you're gonna get your new equipment for your Wi-Fi. The thing about anxiety is it likes to, you know, just go straight to what's the worst possible thing that could happen. It's like, well, the dog could get out and it could maul the technician, and then I'm gonna have to do something with this dead body, and I don't know if I could lift it on my own. I'm gonna have to call somebody over to help me. The worst case scenario rarely happens. And I won't say it never happens, because every once in a while it does. Every once in a while it does. But it's not, you know, something that you always have to prepare for. You just have to trust in your ability to handle it if it were to come about. Like, what would I do if this happens? I'll figure it out when I get there. But anxiety will have you like mulling over it and be like, well, if this terrible thing happens, like how am I going to handle that? And it's like, wait, why am I preparing for the worst? That's just to prepare for the worst is to assume the worst. That sucks. That doesn't sound fun. "15, how's it going?" Social anxieties have been showing themselves now that I'm living in a culture and doing a job where you're expected to be able to hold conversations with people and show interest in their lives. Well, welcome to my world. Smile and nod. Just smile and nod. Very interesting. Tell me more. Do go on. The feel wheel. Hey, Bumsy Bear, how's it going? Thank you for the 10 months, Bumsy Bear. We're pushing for 100 today. It's September. Pushing for 100 today. The gloves are coming off. I'm shilling today, baby. I know this is free therapy, but I mean, I want to buy Astrobot, so yeah, that takes money. My alternative is to just get a bowl and just sit on the sidewalk in the middle of a city and just Bumsy Bear with the 5 gifted subs. My hero. And then whenever you gift 5, Twitch gifts you 1. So you get more bang for your buck. So thank you for the 5, and then Twitch gave me 1. Wow, Twitch is actually giving me things now. This is great. You know, I talked about TwitchCon, and I totally forgot to talk about the swag bags that they gave out. I totally forgot to talk about the Twitch swag bags, because honestly, see if I can find a picture of it. So, in the old days at TwitchCon, the swag bags looked a bit more like this. You know, there was actually like stuff in there. This year at TwitchCon, it was this thing, whatever this is. It's like Dollar Tree, like plastic bag thing, and then what was in it was a sample size of an acne cleanser and these little rubber, like, I don't even know what, I think they go over like a button on like a denim, like a pair of pants or like a jacket or something. And one of them was the Twitch logo and the other one was the Chevron logo. They were joystick caps. Oh. But that was it. That was what was in there. Acne wash and Chevron. You know, just a small indie company. Like, what are you gonna do? really, really lame. It was pretty lame. Like, the swag is part of the best part of the convention. Like, especially when you're paying, like, $200 something to go. Petey. Petey, come here. Petey, come here. Hey, Petey. Bezos has more money than that. Bezos makes like $150,000 a minute. I'm like... Petey gets a kiss, but chat never gets a kiss. Well, that's because Petey and I are friends in real life. And so, I don't want to be parasocial. Like, 15 said they were mad at somebody, and I need to hear this. I need to hear what happened. Should get a high five or a fist bump then? There you go. Here you go, I feel better. 20 seconds left on the hype train if you wanna get in there in the last second or so. No pressure. Here's what happened. I called out this rude guy for stealing my gas pump spot. He immediately started yelling, saying the most ridiculous, misogynistic stuff. Saying that it was because of women like me that he was divorced. Damn it, women, when are you gonna... How are you gonna call a man out for his shitty behavior? That's your fault. How dare you? How dare you? It's all your fault I got divorced, is because anytime I did something fucked up, you called me out on it. How dare you? The fact that he brought up that he was divorced is honestly... You couldn't help but laughing at him. I feel like, if any, like, I feel like he was meaner to himself in that exchange than you were, and you were just laughing at the show that he was putting on, so. You know, then this is one of the things that I really want more men to learn, so if you're a man, listen up. Stop blaming women for all of your problems. Be accountable, you little baby. See, when it comes to working with men in regards to their mental health, what I've come to find is that you can't be too nice, because then they'll call you like a pansy or a cuck or something, but it's like, you can't be too mean to them, because then they're just gonna be like, lol, why are you mad? So you have to find that sweet spot of like, I'm a little bit mean to you, and I'm a little bit nice to you. That's what I found works with some men who are like more difficult to reach in regards to mental health. Weird, I know, right? Doesn't make any sense. But I think it has to do with the fact that a lot of men don't like to listen to women, and women tend to be more compassionate and patient. And men, on the other hand, tend to be more direct and aggressive in their approach, and so I have to kind of find that middle ground. always meant to ask me this. I'm waiting. Go on. Who the fuck are the group of like 7 to 8 people who hang out in your Discord voice chat like every day? I tried joining one time and asked about them, but got Donowald, LMFAO. That's probably my friends playing a game. That's what they do in there. There's a group of dudes that sits in the back of the therapist's office playing video games. So if you join in, they're probably trying to like communicate about the game, and so, but they're nice guys. They're nice guys. Like I've had people just hop in and like randomly start talking to us, and that's totally fine. But if they're like in the middle of like a game or something, they're probably not gonna be able to like direct. You know what I mean? Like they're trying to coordinate. But no, if you want to talk to them, just go in there and be like, what you guys playing? And then say, somebody stream it. And then somebody will probably stream it. And then you can actually see what they're doing. Because they're good about that. I'm gonna get into it. There's just this one question in the box right now, but I'm not gonna let it wait. Let's just get to it. So I'm ready to get down to business. What do they usually play? It depends. You know, right now they've been playing a lot of Deadlock. That's the one that they've been interested in mostly, but they'll play all sorts of stuff. Like, we've played, like, Project Zomboid. They'll play, like, other games. There's, like, just those, like, they're almost like digital board games almost, or they're like the digital version of a real life board game that they'll play. Hello. I want to ask if there's any advice you can give about getting more confident, especially when trying to meet new people. Like, how do I approach them? How do I strike up a conversation? How to get to know them? Because for me, let's set an example. I see a girl I find attractive and I want to get to know her. Even if I am right next to her, I won't have the courage to strike up a conversation. Alright. Alright. Let's talk about it. First off, when it comes to approaching people in general, and I'm gonna start off by just giving some general advice on how to appear more confident and how to socialize with people before I get into like, oh, it's a person I find attractive and I'm trying to, you know, I'm trying to make moves, because that's a little bit different. So, but let's approach it from a general sense up at first. What I've found to be helpful in approaching people is to treat people that you meet as if this person is already my friend. I'm not having to like pass some sort of test. I'm not having to like say the exact right things, or, you know, there's not going to be a point system. I'm not going to get graded. So just greeting people, even if you've never met them before, and just saying, hey, it's nice to see you. Hey, how's it going? Gentle curiosity. That's a good way to put it. That's a good way to put it. Hey, you having fun? Or if you see some, let's say you're at like a party and there's food or drinks, be like, ooh, where'd you get that? That looks good. And there's a reason why we do it this way, is because you need, like, when you're interacting with somebody, think about it beyond, like, socially. Think about it, like, biologically, like, evolutionarily. It's like if somebody comes up to us and they're like, oh my god, it's so nice to see you, and then they're, like, really, like, they're just coming at you, you're gonna kind of put some guards up and you'll be like, whoa, what's going on here? Don't mean to spoil the topic, but once I did that and the other person looked at me as if I'm being weird, never doing it ever again, well, that would be weird of you to give up because one person looked at you a certain way. I think that would be weird. It's also it's okay to just say, you know what, maybe they were the weird one. They just couldn't appreciate me. They couldn't match my freak. They couldn't pick up what I was putting down. And that's okay, because not everybody's going to operate at your speed. Not everybody's going to operate at your vibrational frequency. Alright, there's a few questions cooked into this one, so let's take a look. As far as getting more confident, focus on things such as, what sort of things am I doing or how am I holding myself that exude confidence? Confidence is like 80% posture. So stand with confidence, carry yourself with confidence. You know, here's the thing. Feeling confident and being perceived as confident are two different things. People might perceive you as a confident person. They're like, wow, they're so social. Wow, they're so confident. They're so cool. It's like, that person might not identify with any of those labels. They might not actually feel that way about themselves. In fact, it's feeling like I need to be more confident or more social or more cool that is actually like what motivates you to actually do that. And so more often than not, you have people who are like, wow, they're so confident, but then it's like, oh, no, they have the same type of insecurities as anybody else. They are just better at masking them, or better at living around them, or better at overcoming them or pushing through them, or whatever it might be. So what I would recommend is, if you engage with somebody in a conversation, try to mirror their posture. If they are sitting, sit how they sit. You know, mirror them. It'll make them feel as if you're more invested and more engaged in your discussion with them. That's actually a technique we use in therapy to help feel connected with people, is mirroring. You don't have to take it literally. You don't have to be like, oh, they moved their arm, I'm going to move my arm. But it just kind of helps to set the tone for the conversation. It's like, okay, we're both invested and we're both, you know, putting in the same amount of energy. How do you approach them? Find somebody that you feel like, oh yeah, I want to say hi to this person, or I want to talk to this person. And then just observe, and maybe like, if you, let's say you come up to a group of people and there's like one person in the group that you want to talk to, don't try to isolate that person and like try to talk with just them. Like, become a part of the group, like fill in the circle, or, you know, just join the conversation. Even if it's just standing there, just like, yeah, just playing along, just yeah, smile and nod. As far as starting a conversation, just think about like, what are some ways that would be comfortable for you for people to start a conversation with you? Like, what sort of things would you react to? What sort of things would you respond to? Just gentle and polite is a great way to strike up a conversation. Because if you are a new person within this person's social sphere, they're always going to be like a little uncertain until they can kind of let their guard down, because they don't know like who you are, what your intentions are, what your motives are. And that's biology. You know, so just being gentle and polite is a good way to initiate a conversation with somebody. How do you get to know them? By asking questions and then listening to those questions, listening to their answers, and not just waiting for your turn to speak. But here's the thing. Different people will have different levels of comfort as far as personal disclosure with somebody that they're just meeting. So I would say if you really want to get to know somebody, that's a ongoing process. Even the people that you've known for years, you will still learn new things about them from time to time, because we're complicated. So let's talk about how to talk to somebody that you find attractive and you're interested in talking to them. What you don't want to do is listen to the advice of pickup artists, because they employ like predatory, downright creepy tactics. Like, isolate a woman from her friends so that her friends can't tell her no, and then, you know, just like neg her. I'm just like, no. Terrible advice. Terrible advice. I would say a good place to start if you find somebody attractive, whether it be a man or a woman or whatever, is just a non-offensive compliment. It doesn't have to be something like, you know, don't be too overt about it. Just be more like, oh, you look lovely this evening. Or, I really like your outfit. Or, I like what you've done with your hair, or whatever it may be. Just something that's like not gonna push the boundaries too much too quickly, because if you do that, it's gonna make you seem kind of like a creep. Like, wow, you look so hot. Like, that's just gonna... They're just gonna be like, oh, this person's just trying to doink me. Avoid words like hot. Absolutely. The more syllables you have in the word that you are using to describe them, the more eloquent you will seem. Like, wow, you look stunning. You look radiant. Like, hot, cute, sexy, boring. You look amazing. You look captivating. But also, one more thing. Also, I saw some questions in the chat. I'm going to get back to those in a second, but I want to finish my thought as far as this goes. Be okay with not needing to be like, I need to have a conversation with this person right now. Look at it instead as if I am planting seeds. And so if I see somebody and we're at a gathering or a party or out in public or whatever, say something nice, non-offensive, and polite. And then if it seems like they're not really down to like have a conversation at that moment, because you don't know what's going on in their head. They might have something else that they're trying to do, or they're looking for somebody, or they're, you know, trying to do something else. That's fine. Don't demand their time. Find time to spend with them whenever the situation allows it. So don't feel like I need to get in with this person and I need to have a conversation with them right now, like it's do or die. Because that's part of what makes you feel more anxious and less confident, is because it puts a lot of pressure on the situation. But just be cool about it. Just be like, hey, you look lovely this evening. I'm gonna go find something to drink. Hope you're having fun. You know, and then just... That's almost more attractive and more appealing than to like go after somebody too hard, because that's gonna cause them to like back away. You kind of just have to be like, you are now an acquaintance to this person. They now are aware that you exist. And then you run into them later at the party, be like, hey, it's good to see you again. Have you been having fun? Simple as that. Do you know a way to tell someone that they're being rude without putting them down? I've had some really rude encounters. Yes, and you just have to ask them a question. Like, what is it that you mean by that? Just encourage them to elaborate on what it is that they are saying and the way that they are acting. Or, how are you trying to make me feel right now? But I feel like when it comes to like socializing and meeting with people and trying to like put the moves on, it's just like, be okay with like making a first pass. You know, you see them and you say, hey, I love your outfit. I'm gonna go find the chips. And then you see them later and you're like, hey, it's good to see you again. Not putting too much into it from the get-go is a huge factor in not like giving people like weird feelings, because if you come on too strong, they're gonna back away. You have to ease into it. You know what I mean? You hear what I'm saying? You feel me? What's your opinion about when it was my first English class? The teacher asked why the class was hot. I talked to myself that there's a fire burning in my heart. Alright, so beyond that, I will add one more thing to this. When it comes to like striking up a conversation with somebody, what I find helpful is talking to them or asking them questions that they haven't been asked a million times in their life. Like, oh, what do you do? Oh, you're in school? What are you studying? Just like... It's also okay to ask people hypothetical questions, like fun questions, like, if you could be any animal, what would you be? Or if you could have any animal as a pet. You know, just fun stuff like that. Like, do you believe in ghosts? What do you think about aliens? Now, some people might label you as weird in life, and that's fine, and that's just because they're boring. Boring people will often label interesting people as weird, because they just don't get it. Not a troll. Oh, hi, Moonu. Everybody say hi, Moonu. So I'm part of this Tekken game group. The group is pretty lenient, and there are some members talking about nude mods and swear words. I then drunkenly messaged the group that I'm drunk and somehow a member lost his shit when all I wanted to do was fit in. Was I wrong? Somehow I always get blamed for stuff I find innocent. Okay, so here's the thing. There are people that you will encounter sometimes who will get outlandishly offended at stuff that you thought was totally innocent. Like me personally, like I have a certain level of comfort when it comes to talking about poop. Like I think talking about poop is funny. Like I will never not think that poop is funny. But some people are like, ew, why are you talking about that? That's gross. But it's like, at the end of the day, it's not really, it's non-offensive. It's like, I'm not going out of my way to be hateful or hurtful, I'm just... So I don't know, maybe this person has like a history with alcohol, maybe they had an alcoholic parent, or maybe they had alcoholism in their life, and so maybe just the topic of alcohol even coming up. So the problem isn't you, the problem is they have a problem with people mentioning drunkenness and alcohol, which is like, okay, like, good luck avoiding that topic forever. When it comes to like taking offense to things, you can't really live your life in such a way that it's like, I have to never hear the words that offend me ever again. If people blow air through their meat hole and it makes a certain sound, it's gonna trigger me. So I can never hear that word ever again. It's like, they're your triggers, so you can do something about them. If you have things in your life that trigger you, the only person that can do something about that is you. You can desensitize yourself to those triggers. They don't have to trigger you forever. Don't make it everyone else in the world's responsibility to not trigger you. Because that's asking a lot. Were you wrong? I don't think so. I'm like, I don't know, but I don't know what their vibe is. I don't know what they're trying to do. It's like, I wouldn't take it too seriously. I would just sometimes we get into these little like tiffs or arguments with like our friend group, and then we're like, oh no, I need to settle that. We need to talk about it. We need to go over it. But it's like, is it really that big of a deal? Like, I understand the importance of emotional processing and having a meaningful conversation when people's boundaries are violated, but I feel like for most things in life, we don't need to make them a bigger deal than they already were, and that we should just let some things go. And so I would just say, try not to worry about it. Just try to move past it. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's something. You get what I'm saying? Like, I've met some people, and I love them dearly, but sometimes people can be very sensitive. And whenever something happens, it's like, okay, it's going to be a whole big ordeal. It's like, we're going to have to sit down and talk about it and be like, now, I didn't, when I said this thing, I didn't mean that. And it's like, it just becomes a whole ordeal when all that was really happening was like, you misspoke. You used the wrong word, or it's like you weren't intending to but it becomes an issue. It's like, okay, let's sit down and talk about it for 2 hours. Now it's more of a deal than it was because we had to sit down and talk about it for 2 hours when I could have just been like, oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Don't worry about it. It wasn't that big of a deal. You know what I mean? So this is why when it comes to having, we all have our own wounds, right? But just make sure that you're not picking at your wounds. Allow your wounds to heal. You know, you don't have to keep picking at them. You don't have to keep them open, but I feel like some people do that. They're like, oh, this thing you said 6 months ago, I'm still... It's like... Let it go. Quit picking at it. And if you can't quit picking at it, sit on your hands. Remember when you called me straight? Does that still bother you? Hey, Camp Buddy. How's it going? Hey, we got some people who aren't subbed, and it's September, so if you're feeling generous, consider helping them out, because they're missing out on all these cute emotes. Love cats. Well, most of my emotes are designed around my cat. He was my inspiration for the emotes I made. Alright, help me out with something, chat. We need to manifest. We need to manifest Oilers. It's September, and Twitch is giving away free subs whenever people gift subs. So we need to manifest Oilers. We need to call out to the universe, and we need to summon them to our location. We need to bring them in. We need to visualize my sub bar going up. We need to visualize... Astrobot money. How can I physically look confident in social settings, body language, etc.? Thank you. Let's talk about it. Ooh, ho, ho, Bumsy Bear, thank you for the gifted sub. Wanted to make the bar 100. All right, let's talk about posture. Let's talk about posture. If you want to appear as confident, one of the biggest things to do, because remember that the whole point here is to appear confident. If you appear confident and other people perceive you as confident, it helps you to actually feel more confident. Charmenthal! Charmenthal gave 5 and Twitch gave me 3. Let's go! Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're making it happen. We're manifesting success. So, hear me out here for a minute. Hear me out here for a minute. I would like to talk about confidence. And actually, you know, if we have time today, I do have an old presentation we could revisit, and it's all about confidence. So I think that one might be a fun one to do today. When it comes to confidence, feeling confident and appearing confident are two different things, or being perceived as confident by other people. And oftentimes what we wait for is we wait to feel confident first, when in reality that typically comes later. And so what you want to try to focus on is giving the perception of confidence. And the way that we do that is with our posture. We do it with our posture, and we do it through our body language. And so let's just think about it for a minute. Head up, shoulders back. That appears confident. Whereas if I'm hunching over and I'm looking down at my phone, this doesn't really appear confident, does it? This doesn't really appear that confident. So when it comes to confidence, posture, another thing when it comes to confidence, as far as body language goes, try not to be jumpy or to make like rapid, unexpected movements, because that gives people the impression that you're worked up, you're anxious. It's like, no, you know, if you pick up your drink, you don't have to snatch it off the table and, you know, just take your time doing things. That's another thing that gives the perception of confidence is, I got time, I'm in no rush, I don't need to hurry. And so, you know, one thing I learned is the grip when you shake hands, make sure you grip strong. It depends. It depends on whose hand you're grabbing. What I try to do whenever I shake hands with somebody is I try to match their squeeze. Because I don't need to go around crushing people's hands if they aren't preparing for an intense handshake. And so I have like a default level of firmness I will use in a handshake, but I will adjust it based on how tightly the other person is grabbing my hand. Yeah, you gotta match their freak, exactly. But no, you'll meet some people who have like a very delicate, you know, and that's fine, because I feel like the whole idea of like you have to be firm in a handshake, it's like, wait, why? That kind of lends itself to like patriarchal virtues, like you grab my hand strong. You grab hands strong. You are strong, monkey. I have persistently sweaty hands, hate handshakes. That's why you do the pants wipe before you shake the hand. You just go down the leg. Another thing that I find really helpful is if a person that you're talking to is excited about something, match their energy, match their excitement level. Get excited for them. When you apply for a job, though, and you meet your interviewer, so here's the thing, you never know. It's like, if you grab their hand too strong, they might be like, well, I can't hire them. They're gonna fuck my wife. They're too strong. I'm joking, but kind of not. Mine are so bad that it really doesn't do much for them. You can get Botox in your hands, can't you? They can do something about that. You can actually, like... Half of the time, I don't really hear what my coworker says, but I match her energy every time and it works somehow. You figured it out. You figured it out. That's the key. That's the key. People like to feel heard, so make them feel as if they were heard. You might not hear every single thing they say because sometimes it's hard to pay attention. Or sometimes they're talking about something that you just might not be that interested in. Your mind might wander, and that happens. Doesn't make you a bad person. Just makes you a person. So if you missed something that was key, just ask them to repeat it. But like, I'm sorry, could you say that again? Sorry, it's a little loud in here. I missed that. What was that? That last part? What is Botox? Botox it stands for botulism toxin. It's the kind of toxin that forms in, like, if you have like a dented can, or it's like and it's very dangerous, but they use it to basically like cause a tiny little amount of we just do a little paralysis, just a little bit of necrosis for fun. Yeah, it's the botulism toxin. Oops. Not toxic, I meant toxin. You can get it from eating like bad food. It's like something that you can and it can be very deadly. But then people also inject it into their face for fun. So what I would recommend, if you're trying to appear more confident in your body language, watch yourself in the mirror and try to look at yourself not as if you are you. Just try to look at yourself as if you are a person, like you're looking at someone else. And then ask yourself, does this person appear confident to me? Is this what a confident person looks like? Want to hear some messed up news? Indonesia blocked DuckDuckGo because it's anonymous. They got a problem with anonymity. Outside of like physicality, like just think about your face as well. It's like if you're scowling, it doesn't really read as confident. People who appear confident in social settings often have a joyous or like a happy or excited type look on their face. Like, even if it's just like more of a neutral, but it's like neutral happy. It's not neutral sad. You're not frowning. Otherwise, people are going to come up to me and ask, "Are you okay? What's wrong?" It's just something that takes practice. What I would recommend doing is just go out or, you know, watch a video or like a movie. It's like somebody that you perceive as confident and just emulate what they do. You know, monkey see, monkey do. We learn a lot by watching other people. Okay, I have a question. Found myself getting triggered by silly things so easily, and it either makes me feel weird or it gets me angry. I tried to desensitize myself to them, but I only ended up getting angrier and less patient. What do I do? I'm feeling triggered writing this too for some reason. Well, it makes sense because you're talking about being triggered, and talking about being triggered makes you think about the things that trigger you, and so it's normal to feel a little bit triggered in talking about triggers. But I have a suggestion. When you find yourself getting triggered by something silly, instead of trying to make yourself not get triggered, we take it seriously. We're like, I need to not get triggered by this. I need to be less sensitive. I need to toughen up. That doesn't really work. It can work, but it kind of just ends up, making you a more angry and impatient person, like you said. What I would recommend trying is when you find yourself getting triggered by something silly, laugh. Laugh at it. Because that's what we're supposed to do at things that are silly. We're supposed to laugh at them. I'm like, wow, I can't believe that got a rise out of me. Oh, wow. I can't believe that, wow, that's pretty funny. What you'll notice is that there's power in laughter, and it takes away from anger, because you can't really be angry and laughing at the same time. And so we're trying to override those emotions of frustration and anger with a different emotion. We don't have to take ourselves so seriously, and that should be a relief for many of us. But this is something that I've found to be helpful, and this is something that I've also, talked to other people about, and this is how they handle those types of feelings, and it's just like, just laugh at it. Just laugh at the silliness of it, laugh at the absurdity of it, and be like, wow, I can't believe I let something bother me. That's actually kind of funny. It takes the power out of it, and it gives that power back to you, because you are now taking a different route when it comes to the thing that was triggering you, and you are handling it in a different way. I walk with a smile when I'm feeling anxious doing errands, and it weirdly helps, lol. It's not so weird when you think about it. The brain is very smart, but it's also dumb. The brain is smart, but also dumb. Having a smile on your face can actually start to make you feel happier, because there are parts of your brain that look to your body to determine how to feel, and it's like, oh, I'm smiling, so I must be at least some degree of happy because I'm smiling. What I would recommend if you don't do this is something that I started doing. Anytime I look at myself in the mirror, I give myself a big cheeky grin. I just give myself the biggest shit-eating grin that I can. I'm just like... because that guy in the mirror deserves it. You aren't fully dressed unless you're wearing a smile. I got that from your aunt's Facebook. Does this make sense, though, as far as taking power away from triggers? I know that, like, in and of itself, the thing that might trigger you might not be that funny or that humorous, but what we're trying to laugh at is, wow, I really let that get to me. That's kind of funny. Like, that really caught me off guard. Wow, that's kind of funny. You try to find humor in it, and it really disarms the trigger. And so I'm not saying, like, you're not taking your triggers seriously or anything, but what I'm trying to say is is that when you take your triggers too seriously, it more often than not just ends up making you more and more frustrated with them. Like, if you want to not be triggered by things, ultimately it's like, okay, this is something that I need to learn how to not take so seriously. And laughter is a great way to communicate to ourselves that it's something that we don't need to take so seriously. Any questions about that before we carry on? I feel like that's something that I want people to take away, is the next time you find yourself starting to get triggered, just have a laugh at the absurdity of things. Just be like, wow, here I am, just some highly evolved great ape wearing clothes, floating on a rock in space. I am a speck on a speck on a speck, and I'm mad because I forgot to take my trash out before garbage day. Like, of all the things to get mad about. Like, the cosmic absurdity of the things. What's garbage day? That's the day when the garbage truck comes around and picks up people's garbage from outside their house. I get frustrated easily a lot. Definitely going to try this advice. Let me know how it works for you. Also, it's Friday, so we're going to watch this video. It's in my playlist. It's in my Mood Boosters playlist.
Sometimes it takes a while to get started, so let's start with some fake laughter. The good thing is that the body doesn't know the difference between fake laughter and humor-stimulated laughter. So you'll get the same beneficial workout, the same endorphins, the same physical and emotional result with fake laughter as you would with genuine humor-stimulated laughter. So you can
now, this is true. This is true. Our minds are very susceptible to suggestion. We can prime ourselves for certain emotions. Like, if you're just sitting there thinking about things that are making you angry, you're going to get angry, and it's going to cause your cortisol to go up. It's going to cause your heart rate to increase. It's going to make you breathe faster. It's going to make you sweaty. And so, in a way, you have made yourself mad by introducing the concept of madness to yourself. You can do the same thing with other emotions. Sadness, happiness, laughter, joy. We don't have to sit around and wait for emotions to come to us. We can summon them in. We can beckon them.
You can generate your own laughter that way. Let's try it. 2 minutes of fake laughter. Ready? Go. If you feel real laughter wanting to take over, just go with the flow.
She gets me every time. All right. That was a good one. That was good. I love that video. I love that video. One more thing about triggers before I move on to the next question. Whenever you find yourself in a situation where you can feel like I am getting triggered, try to view that as an opportunity. This is an opportunity for me to practice how I respond and how I handle being triggered, and try to take a step back from it. Instead of it being me with my emotions and my triggers, view yourself as I'm just some person, and I am being triggered by whatever it is that's triggering me. So just try to view it as it is. Like, try to get a little bit of a different perspective on it. I'm a grown adult and I'm getting, frustrated and upset because, somebody put a plate in the sink and they didn't rinse it off, or whatever it is you're dealing with. It's a lot easier to get a grip on your emotions by taking a step back from them and just watching them as they happen, rather than being an active participant in that emotion. I recently started dating someone. Just a moment in the chat. Just prayers for everybody who's in the dating scene in 2024. I heard it's rough out there. Just prayers for everybody who's trying to date in 2024. I've heard it's terrible. And I wish you all the best. I hope you find the love that you're looking for. My recommendation is to be the love that you seek. All right. I still have tears in my eyes from that laughing video. She really got me good today. Ooh. Was anybody else really laughing? Because I was. Every time I watch that video, I crack up. Like, she's just this sweet old lady that made this video to help people, like, laugh, and I love that. And, she reminds me of my grandma, and so whenever I watch it, it makes me think of her, so. It's near and dear to me. All right. I was smiling and happy, laughing on the inside. Let it loose. Let it go. Cup. Coffee. I might need to go get a second cup here soon because I'm really going through it today. With the coffee, I mean, not anything else. I'm just saying I'm enjoying the coffee today. All right. Let me start this one over. Recently started dating someone, and after about 5 months, we agreed we are exclusive. Is that how things go these days? Like, I will admit, I've been out of the dating game for a long time. I've been out of the dating game for a long time. Like, is that how long it takes nowadays? 5 months? Just seems like a bit of a long time to be like, yeah, let's be exclusive. I don't know. I'm not trying to judge or anything. I'm just kind of speaking from my own perspective. So if that is how it is, maybe I'm the one that's, but I feel like we're all valid. So anyway, anytime that I have a question about something that may lead to a difficult or uncomfortable conversation, I will ask him and he'll answer me with no issues, but feels as if I am attacking him versus nicely asking him. I definitely feel where he's coming from as I see his side, but I think this happens as a trauma response of being silenced or made to feel bad for my feelings in past relationships. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. If you're trying to like discuss something with a person and they get defensive and they feel like they're being attacked, it's like, yeah, they probably have had things happen to them in their life that make it difficult to talk about that kind of stuff. I've apologized and communicated that I think that's the reason why, and he understands, but feels as if he wasn't the one who did those things, so why am I putting that energy onto him? because you're trying to help him grow. See, now here's the thing. When it comes to talking to somebody about their trauma responses and these types of things, we have to be very mindful and very cautious of when and how we broach those subjects, because just because we might be aware that this is why things are the way that they are, it's like, oh yeah, you are accustomed to being made to feel invalid by your parents or whatever, and we're like, we point that out to them, it's like, they know that. They probably are aware of that, but they probably aren't aware of the way in which it manifests in their current life. And so we have to be very mindful of how we bring that up. So what I would recommend, hold on, let me finish real quick. How would I go about approaching him in a way where he doesn't feel attacked, but I'm also feeling heard? I would ask him, how would you like me to phrase it? How would you like to broach the subject? And just see what his suggestions are. Because here's the thing, you can be as polite and non-confrontational as you want, but sometimes people will still feel attacked. And if it's, you know, you're approaching a topic that's just very sensitive, it increases the likelihood that they're going to feel attacked, because it makes them feel vulnerable. It makes them feel, you know, like, okay, I have to own up to the things that I am trying to work on and the things that I'm trying to, you know, improve within myself. And so I would just offer reassurance in ways such as, you know, it's not me versus you. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm trying to just understand you better. I'm just trying to, you know, understand what it is that we're trying to work on, what it is that we're trying to work through, the ways in which we can both grow as people. Because that's what relationships are all about. It's about recognizing, you know, I've got my shit, you've got your shit. Let's help each other work on each other's shit. You know, it isn't like part of coming together in a relationship is understanding that I'm not just responsible for just my shit anymore. It's now our shit, comrade. But when it comes to things like phrasing, or, you know, if you say something, let's say you say something and you're trying to go about it in like a nice way, but he still is like, I'm feeling attacked right now. I would go so far as to say, why? Like, why do you think you feel that way? Do you feel like I was trying to attack you? Or are you just feeling attacked? Because there's a difference. There's a difference between feeling like somebody is trying to attack you and just feeling attacked. Because when we start to approach topics that make people feel vulnerable, they get defensive. And when you are feeling defensive, that means why get defensive? It's because you feel like you're being attacked. I would also recommend using words like we and us, you know, making it seem like this is our thing that we're working on. It's not just your responsibility. This is a team effort because we are a team. But yeah, if he feels like, you know, you're attacking him versus asking him nicely, I would just say, what would you rather me say instead? Just have him give you some suggestions, like in what way can I bring this up? In what way can I talk about this without you feeling attacked? Because if it's a subject that someone is vulnerable about or insecure about, even if you ask it in the nicest way possible, they might still feel attacked. And so sometimes it's not just about asking it in a nice way. Like, hey babe. Hey babe. Hey babe, I noticed you left some clothes out on the floor. Like what are I feel like when people are like, "Oh, you could ask me more nicely," they just oftentimes they will say that just as a way of like they don't actually know how they would rather be asked. They're just trying to, make it feel like, "Oh, you're coming on too strong," or "Oh, you're attacking me." It's like, but am I though? As far as the point you made where it's like he feels as if he wasn't the one who did those things, meaning like his traumas and stuff. He wasn't the one who did those things, so why am I putting that energy onto him? It's because those are his wounds to heal, and you are trying to help him heal those wounds. And guess what? Healing a wound is a painful process. Does a wound healing feel good? No. It feels good to be healed, but the process of healing in and of itself is a painful one. And so it's not that you want him to hurt, it's that you don't want him to be wounded. And sometimes if that means pushing through a little bit of pain, like I would rather like help a partner through something painful so that they can feel better rather than have to carry that wound for the rest of their life. You gotta feel it to heal it, exactly. But it sounds like you're a supportive partner and you're trying to be supportive and helpful, and I feel like, there's some learning in the ways that is done, and people don't always respond that well to, us telling them whatever we feel like it is that they need to hear. Like sometimes they just might not be ready to hear whatever it is that they just might not be ready yet. But no, I would just say just keep being supportive and just, make it a team effort. Today is my birthday. It's your birthday, you say? It's your birthday, you say? Happy birthday. Happy birthday. While it's supposed to be a good day, I always get a little depressed because I had a fiance pass away on my birthday 7 years ago. This year is a little different. I've started dating again. I'm sorry for your loss, by the way. I couldn't imagine losing somebody so close to you on your birthday. That sounds really hard. This year is a little different. I've started dating again, and I have a boyfriend that I am really wild for. But I can't seem to get excited or happy because the past trauma is still just lingering in the back of my head. I'm not sure if I want to tell my boyfriend about it yet, because we've only been dating a few months and I really don't want to dampen his spirit or make him feel like he needs to act a certain way to support me. I just want people to have fun and let me vibe and feel my emotions. Any advice or words of inspiration, I could use it. I got you. I got you. Do you think that the person that you lost, your fiance that passed away on your birthday 7 years ago, do you think that they would want you to be miserable every birthday after that? Is that what they would want? And this is one of the things that I will do with people who are going through grief. What would the person that you lost, what would you want them? What would they want for you? Would they want you to be miserable and sad and isolated? No. They would want you to keep living. They would want you to have a good birthday. And so it's okay to have a good birthday. You're not being disrespectful or not, paying, you're not disrespecting anybody's memory. It's your day and that's okay. And the thing is, I feel like you're getting there. I feel like you're getting there and you're headed in the right direction. Like you can kind of see where you want to be, but you can also see where you've been. And so you can recognize that you have made progress. As far as getting excited or getting happy, give that time. Just continue to work towards it. Just continue to create an atmosphere that encourages excitement and happiness. Happy birthday, by the way. I hope it's a good one. Cheers. And if you need to take a moment out of the day to, just be introspective and reflective and, think about the person that you lost, it's like, that's okay. But it doesn't need to be your whole day. It can just be a part of your day. It can be a half an hour. It could be an hour. However long you feel like I need to just immerse myself in my emotions right now. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing about birthdays. And here's the thing about holidays in general. Is that the older you get, the more holidays and birthdays and other special occasions will remind you of all of the people that you have lost because they are no longer here to celebrate that thing with you. So whether it be Halloween or Christmas or whatever holidays were meaningful to you and yours, they are a reminder of those that we have lost. But we don't have to feel saddened by that. We can feel grateful that we had them for as long as we did, and we can continue to celebrate in honor of their memory. I feel like the people that we've lost don't want us to be sad forever. Life is for the living. So don't be afraid to live it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, questioner. Happy birthday to you. I hope you get all the presents you want, and I hope you have a great cake. It's like, all I can, what makes me think of that is like, okay, if I died, would I want the people that I love to be sad forever? I wouldn't want them to be sad forever. I would hope that they were sad for at least a little while, though. I would hope that they wouldn't, get over me too quickly. But I would hope that they were able to, find love and find, joy and happiness in their life. And because That's what living is for. Like, be sad, but just, you don't have to be sad forever. It's okay. And I just, in thinking about grief for a moment, I feel like part of the reason why sometimes it's hard to let go of those feelings of sadness when it comes to people that we've lost is we feel like if I'm not sad about losing them anymore, then I'm dishonoring them, or, but it's like you can miss somebody and you can wish that somebody was still here and it can make you feel sad, but it's not the same level of sadness that you would expect to feel like right after you lose somebody, Like, feelings change over time, and that's okay. Seeing couples in music videos or movies make me jealous. They're all good looking and look good together. Meanwhile, here I am and I only dated a frog. He was a bad person, so I can say he's ugly. When I kissed him, he didn't even turn to a prince even. Scam. Let me just say a few things. Jealousy is not a good motivator. It's not a good trait to have when it comes to finding a partner. Jealousy is more often than not a relationship killer. So we don't want that. We don't need that in the mix. Also, if he was a bad person, criticize him for his behaviors, criticize him for his traits, those types of things. Because I feel like, beauty is subjective. And I feel like calling people ugly is an ugly behavior. I'm just gonna say it. Anyway. I hope you find somebody that's good for you. I wish you the best on your pursuits. Content warning, gore and suicide. Feel free to ignore if not allowed. Sorry. The only thing not allowed here is that apology. If you're new here, we have a strict no apologies policy. Do you know how I could stop cutting myself? When suicidal thoughts invade, such as the previous event, I can't help but cut myself to focus the pain in my heart away to my wrist. Alright. So you understand why you do it. You understand why you do it. Part of the reason why people will self-harm is because it gives them a different pain to focus on, and it makes it easier to deal with the pain up here by focusing on the pain out here. So, let's take a look at that. When you have pain, what does your body do to help relieve that pain? Your body gives you endorphins. Your body will release chemicals that help to make you feel better. It's not just the act of harming yourself that makes you feel better, it's the chemicals that your body gives you because of the response to pain. But we don't really get endorphins from emotional pain. If we did, emotional pain would be a lot easier to handle. But we do get endorphins from physical pain. It's that sort of runner's high, if you will. We also get it from other things that don't involve harming ourselves. We can get endorphins from exercise. And so what I would recommend is if you have a hard time with self-harm, first off, there's nothing to be ashamed of. It's okay to ask for help. And so if you feel like this is something I can't get through on my own, please talk to somebody about it. That being said, what you're going to want to try to do is to replace that behavior with a different behavior. One that can still give you the distraction and the different focus and also the feel-good chemicals, but one that isn't self-destructive. And so this could be exercise, this could be, singing, dancing, going for a walk, going for a run, lifting weights, doing stretches. There are different things that you can do that can still give you that mood that you're trying to find, but it doesn't have to be one that is harmful to us. It can actually be helpful to us. And so that's what I would recommend, is when you feel like I need to hurt myself, it's not that you need to hurt yourself, it's that your body is craving endorphins. And there are healthy ways to give you endorphins. And so, catch yourself in those moments where you feel like, I want to hurt myself. What is something else you can do instead? I would recommend writing out a list of all of the things that you could do instead of hurting yourself. Whether it be holding an ice cube in my hand, flicking myself with a rubber band, drawing a line on my skin, writing in my journal, going for a walk, going for exercise, petting my dog. Come up with a plan. Things that can help you. And this is an important act because you're also reminding yourself that I can take better care of myself. I don't have to hurt myself in order to manage my feelings. I can replace those behaviors with healthier behaviors, and that ultimately is the way that you correct that course. So come up with some things that work for you, write them out, and when you feel like you want to hurt yourself, go to that list and be like, okay, what am I going to do? Because what you may find is that in certain circumstances, in certain situations, things might not work. Like, okay, I tried listening to music, but it didn't work. All right, then I can try something else on the list. Do as many of them as you have to. Punching bag. Punching bag is also a good idea. Punching bag is also a good idea. Sorry, I have to be right back. I'll watch from the VOD. Oh, this might have been your question, if that's the case. But yes. It's all about replacing those behaviors with a different behavior, because there are many different things that you can do to help regulate your emotions through physical action. We just need to take away from the self-harming, self-destructive side of it. All right? How do I set boundaries / let others know I am not qualified to help them? Context: I work as a mental health professional for children, and many of the adults in my life will ask how to fix issues in their personal life. Is it a matter of hearing them out and repeating, nicely of course, I don't know how to help in this situation? Perhaps this type of professional may be able to help? Thanks. Oh, mental health professional. Welcome in, mental health professional. All right. You don't have to solve their problems for them. What I would recommend doing is asking them things like, what have you tried? What sort of things have you done to work on that? Like, well, I've tried this and I've tried this because, all right, hear me out for a second. Whenever it comes to trying something new, and this actually kind of ties into the previous question too, whenever it comes to trying something new, developing a new coping skill, some other way of like solving a problem with our emotions or with our socialization or whatever it might be, it takes a little bit of time for it to actually gain the level of effectiveness that we're looking for. It isn't normally like, oh yeah, this is the new thing I'm going to do. Instead of hurting myself, I'm going to go to the gym. It's like, no, it takes time for the replacement activity, the new behavior, to become as effective as the old behavior. It's just how your brain works. And so, whenever people come to you and they're like, oh, I've got this problem in my life, odds are they probably already have a pretty good idea of what it is that they should do. It's just that they've tried it and it wasn't immediately effective, and so they're like, huh, this doesn't really work. So, what I would recommend doing is, rather than telling them what to do, I would ask them what they've done. It's like, oh, so you have a problem with this? Have you found anything to be helpful with that? What sort of things have you tried? And then they'll tell you, and then you'll be like, okay, well, how did that work for you? And they'll be like, oh, well, it helped a little bit, but, well, as they say, if you keep up with it, I'm sure it'll be even more helpful to you. So more often than not, when people come to you for guidance, they're basically just looking for validation, and they're looking for you to tell them that, all right, hey, you are doing the right thing. Just keep working on it and you'll get there. It's not that they're needing you to tell them the miracle solution to their problems, because there isn't one. So just asking them things like, what sort of things have you tried? What sort of things have you found have helped you with that? Or they tell you about something from their past, something stressful, and you're like, what helped you get through that? That's the secret. That's the technique. It's like you might assume that they're coming to you for some quick and easy answer that they've never tried before. They're like, oh yeah, I never thought of that. But it's their problem in their life, so they probably have thought about it. They've probably thought about it quite a bit, and they probably have a good idea of what it is that they could be doing instead. And so sometimes when people come asking for help, it's just a matter of figuring out what it is that they're trying to do, and then saying, well, keep up the good work. Just keep on keep on doing it. You're working on it, you're getting there. Mental change takes time, It takes time for our brains to rewire, but it does happen. You just gotta keep at it. Gotta keep going. You know what I mean? See what I'm saying? You follow me? You picking up what I'm putting down? I don't even think that it has to be. But the reason why I'm approaching the question from this way is because I feel like you are more qualified to help them than you might realize. Because sometimes the only thing that this person needs is to just feel heard and feel validated and to feel as if their efforts are going to get them somewhere. What if the situation I need help with is more Josh co-op couch gaming? What are some things that you can do to help that happen? I love it when people go and advertise this stream in other people's streams, letting people become more aware that we exist and that we are here and that we are here to help. It's a grassroots organization effort. Hey, we'll get there. We'll get there. More co-op soon. You know what I wanted? I have actually wanted to play some more Project Zomboid. I've got the Zomboid itch. Alright, this is the we're now caught up with the questions on this one. So if you have a question, if you want to just go ahead and put it in the box, we'll get to it right away because we're all caught up. So I'm gonna take this question and then I'll take a coffee break. What's your favorite kinds of weed strands, if it's okay to ask? I'm more into indicas these days. Like, if I do smoke weed, it's like, I just want to chill. Some of those sativas, it's like, hey, you really want to simulate psychosis? Those high THC sativas are just like, you want to know what it's like to be crazy? Like, if you want to have more empathy for people who go through psychosis, just get really, really, really high on weed, and then you'll get an idea of what it's like to have psychosis. You know, I like to believe that smoking weed made me a better psychologist. It made me a better therapist. It helped me really understand where people are coming from. That scare and traumatize me. I don't know, Junkie. I think you're braver than you realize. You don't have to do that, though. I'm sure it would help a lot of people. I think that if you are a professional that works with people who experience psychosis, so if you are a doctor or a therapist or a counselor or a case manager and you regularly have to interact with people who experience psychosis, it should be required that you get absolutely blitzed. You know, you have to take a 100 milligram edible just to really get a feel for what it's like. Because I feel like a lot of people who work with people who are have psychosis, they tend to be pretty straight-laced. You know what I mean? They tend to be pretty straight-laced. They're not really like, oh, you know, I'll have a glass of wine. I'll have a glass of wine on the weekend. Like, no, in order to make you a better practitioner, we need to get you high as hell so you can really understand what it's like to be in that headspace. I feel like it would establish a greater depth of empathy for people. I'm that little hamster creature with big eyes. Psychosis sounds scary. It is, but it can also be fun, if that makes sense. Because not everybody who has psychosis is like pulling out their hair or mumbling to themselves. I've worked with people who have psychosis who will just crack up laughing. I've worked with people who have had psychosis who just think everything is hilarious. And so, yeah, in many ways, psychosis can be very scary, but it can also be highly entertaining for the person experiencing it. It's just, it has to do with like the flow of your thinking and, you know, the areas of which you are thinking and your ability to like maintain a coherent string of thoughts. And so it does create a lot of difficulties and problems for a person in their life, but it's like the direction and the orientation of the thoughts that they are experiencing, it's not always something stressful. I've met a lot of people who have psychosis who are just, they're a real pleasure to work with because, you know, they're cracking jokes and they're laughing and like sometimes they'll just be sitting there and they'll just start laughing at themselves and I'm just be like, what's so funny? And I'll be like, nothing. All right. Let's get caught up with this question, and then I'm gonna go take my coffee break real quick. Is there a cure for it? Depends on who you ask. If you were to ask me, I would say yeah. Being in a state of psychosis is like being lost at sea, or it's like being lost in the woods. It's like, can you find your way out of the woods? As long as you're headed back towards civilization, yeah, if you're headed in the right direction, you can get back there. It might take you a while, it might, you know, be confusing and disorienting and stressful, but you can find your way back. You just want to make sure that you're not going further into the woods, which is what a lot of people end up doing when they're dealing with psychosis, is because psychosis is very disorienting. So, does that make sense? I believe that people can drive themselves crazy, and I believe that people can drive themselves sane. Because there are people who have had like schizophrenia or other serious psychotic type diagnoses who have gone into remission, and then they don't display those symptoms anymore. Sounds scary AF to deal with. It can be frightening, but it doesn't have to be any more frightening than anything else in life. You know, even getting out of bed is a risk. You know, stepping out of the shower is a risk. You know? It can also pull you in by making you think that you can solve the mystery of the delusions and hallucinations. Absolutely. Let me comment on that for a second. Questioner, I'll get right back to you. We started talking about psychosis, and this is one of my topics that I really like to talk about. One of the things that I've noticed with people who have psychosis is this: they will become almost obsessed with like unanswerable questions. They'll start thinking about, you know, astrophysics and unsolvable math theorems and, you know, is Earth, you know, flat, or is it a sphere? Is the moon real? You know, like, and they get caught up in those types of things. And it's like when you start going down that rabbit hole, and that's kind of what psychosis is like, is it's like chasing rabbits. Like you're lost in the woods and then you see a bunny rabbit and you're like, oh, I gotta chase it. And so you lose the path. And then you gotta try to find your way back to the path again. But yeah, like a hyperfixation, but also like looping, like talking about the same number of things. It's like, and then there's also these loose associations that kind of tie things together. It's like I'll start talking, like a person with psychosis might start talking about a topic, and then they'll talk about the person who came up with that topic, and then they'll go into like, oh, well, you know, my relative was actually, you know, and then it's just, I can give a good example of what loose associations look like, but I kind of have to put myself into a little bit of a psychotic headspace to do it. And so give me a minute and I'll do it. All you have to do is start with any topic though, and then just branch out from there. So, I'll give you an example of what loose associations with psychosis might look like. It's like, well, I was at the store the other day, and you know what? I noticed something when I was at the store. I noticed that they changed the placement of, you know, they changed the aisles around. It's like, you know, you used to go into the store and you'd be able to see one thing, but now it's like you go into the store and you just see so many things. It's like there's just so much to choose from, and it's like, where do you even get started? It's like, but like they don't even think about that. It's like, what am I supposed to do when I get there? It's like, do I want to get my cold stuff? And then, you know, but then I have to worry, is like, my cart's not cold, the store's not cold, my house isn't cold, but my house isn't cold because, you know, I do have a heater. I do have a heater, and it does keep my house pretty warm. My house does stay pretty warm. You know, in the winters it does get a little chilly. But, you know, the thing about snow is that just a lot of people aren't prepared for it. A lot of people just aren't ready for the snow. They don't have a shovel, they don't have salt, they don't have snow chains. You see me? You see what I'm getting at? I kind of have to put myself into that headspace to be able to do that, because we're so used to like keeping it together. But with psychosis, it's like it's a little looser. It's like you're connecting dots, but the dots are like, huh, like what's the bigger picture here? You ever do those connect the dots? You never do those connect the dots things? It's like that, but it's like the dots are like, it's like, what am I trying to draw? I have no idea. And then you're like, oh, it's a big spiral. It's a loop. It's a big circle. People with mania can slip into that as well. Absolutely. Any profound level of emotional stress, whether it be mania, whether it be, trauma, whether it be depression, it can also create psychotic symptoms, because a mood disturbance disrupts your ability to maintain a coherent thought pattern. Anyway, it sounds very tiring. It is very tiring, especially if you sit there and you're listening to a person with psychosis talk to you, and you're like, where are they going with this? And the thing is, they're just wandering. They're just meandering. They're not really going anywhere. They're just going. So my recommendation, if you find yourself making these types of loose associations and you're having a hard time like keeping a coherent chain of thought, just try to reel it in. Just try to reel it in. Focus on the things that you know to be true. I am me. I am here right now. Put yourself into your body. Put yourself into your senses. Take yourself out of your head and put yourself into here. It might help make more sense of things. All right. Questioner, we're gonna get back to your question. That was my little side tangent about psychosis. I'm passionate about understanding psychosis because it's something that's so difficult to understand unless you've actually experienced it or worked with people that have it. It's kind of scary. It's got a lot of like, ooh, psychosis. But in reality, it's like, people aren't really aware that they experience psychosis at moments in their life. Like, think about that window of time in between when you lay down and when you're right about to fall asleep. You're right on the cusp of sleep. Your thoughts will get loose. Your thoughts will start heading in weird directions. You've probably noticed this at times. It's like, that's how I can tell that I'm right about to fall asleep, is because my thoughts just stop making sense and they're all over the place. Just imagine being in that headspace just for longer periods of time, and that's pretty much what it is. Or if you're high as balls. That too. Alright, questioner. You have my attention. So, school started 2 weeks ago for me, and I haven't gone even once. I feel like I'm just kind of watching my future get fucked, but TBH, that's a way of thinking that's a little dramatic, LOL. I just feel so anxious about the people I'd be with for the next few years because I've experienced bullying before, and now I'm just always super anxious about that happening. Alright, can I just point something out before I continue? If you're depriving yourself of these opportunities, how is it any different from you bullying yourself? If you're concerned about going and spending time with people and engaging and, you know, participating because of bullying, but you're restricting yourself from that, aren't you kind of bullying yourself a little bit? Not to mention, it's not really something I wanted to study, and I already feel like I'm not an intelligent person at all. You know, it takes a smart person to realize that they're not that smart. It's always people who aren't that smart that feel like they're a genius. It's always people that aren't that smart that feel like very confident in their intelligence. And so not feeling smart doesn't mean that you aren't smart. Being aware of the gaps in your knowledge is a good indicator that you actually are an intelligent person. I already feel like I'm not an intelligent person at all, so those two things combined are not helping how anxious I am of failing. This is so I'm just making excuses on why I'm not going, even though I recognize doing that isn't going to solve anything, because I know if I continue like this, I won't go at all. I just don't know what to do at all, and it's making me feel like a complete failure. I'm sorry for this mess that makes no sense. No, it makes sense. No, I get what you're trying to say. And I think you know what it is that you need to do. I don't think that you need me to sit here and tell you what it is that you need to do, because I think you know. I think you do know what it is that you need to do. You need to push through that discomfort, and you need to go anyway, because all that you're doing right now is reinforcing these beliefs within yourself that are self-defeating, self-sabotaging, and harmful. And so if you want to become more comfortable, if you want to become more courageous, you gotta put yourself out there. You gotta start lifting yourself up instead of pushing yourself down. Because that anxiety isn't gonna go away. You can't just outlast it. You have to stand up to it, and you have to face it, and you have to say, you know what? I'm calling the shots here. I'm not gonna let anxiety run my life. What might be helpful to you is doing a little bit of visualization. What would it feel like if you went and things went well? If you were pleasantly surprised, how would that make you feel? Because right now, what anxiety is doing is it's only looking at the bad things that could happen, and what that's doing is it's really inhibiting you. And so if you want to actually feel more confident, you have to look at the possible outcomes and then consider that they could be okay, that things could go well, things could go your way. But the only way that things can go your way is if you show up. You gotta be there. You have to become an active participant in your life instead of just an observer. Alright, we're caught up with the questions for now, so if you have a question and you'd like for us to go over it, feel free to drop it in the box, and we'll get back to them here in just a minute. But for right now, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go refill my coffee. I'm gonna go refill my coffee, and we're gonna take a little bit of a cat break. Take a little cat break. So we put on some I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Don't touch that mouse. Be right back. Enjoy these cats. I'm back. Can somebody help me remember? Can somebody help me remember? Like the way that I'll just be like, I'm back. It's from a cartoon, but I can't remember what cartoon it was from. It was some like, it was one of the cartoon characters, like it was a cousin or something, and they only were in a couple episodes, but they would always be like, I'm back. Oh yeah, it was South Park. South Park, you're right. You're right, that you got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Gold star. Gold star for the day. Give yourself a pat on the back. Thank you. It was Kyle's cousin. Kyle's cousin. God, I can't type today.
I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah, that's me. That's me every time. Me when I'm back. Me what I have returned. Alright. Let's get back to it. Now that I'm back, let's get back to business. Let's get back to business. Buckle up, buckaroo. All right. Well, we're caught up for the questions for now. Should we talk about confidence? Let's talk about confidence. So we might go through that presentation. So let me find it. Confidence. It's a kind of a short presentation. It's one of my earlier ones, so let's take a look. Let's see how it holds up. Confidence. I need some water first and foremost. I need to hydrate. Does someone in chat have a question to put in chat? If you do, I will answer it. Like, I'll take a break from the presentation to answer a question. Like, no problem. All right. Let's talk about confidence. Confidence. What is confidence? Oh yeah, I forgot. I did this presentation in all caps. For confidence sake. The thing is, confidence can be hard to describe. We can be confident in different ways. We can be confident in our thoughts. We can be confident in our actions. We can be confident in our presentation of ourselves and our appearance. Confidence really manifests in so many ways, and it ties into different things. It ties into self-esteem. It ties into self-efficacy. And so confidence looks differently depending on who it is that's presenting it. So let's talk about it a little further. Let's break it down. Thought it was a better idea for us to feel it. Oh. I haven't done this presentation in a while, so now I'm trying to like, what was I thinking when I wrote this? I was probably feeling pretty confident when I wrote this, so. All right. Let's try to feel some confidence. Let's try to feel some confidence right here, right now. All right. Take a moment and let's consider what confidence looks like. What does it look like to you? In order to do this, it might be helpful to imagine someone that you view as confident. Because not everybody will view everybody as confident. Some people will view people differently. So who is someone that you believe to be confident? Let's use those imaginations. Who is someone that you view as confident? Feel free to share if you don't mind. Whether it be, you know, a celebrity, a politician, a member of your family, a streamer. Donald Trump. Well, see, now you're onto something. There's a difference between appearing confident and being confident. Donald Trump is the type of person who likes to surround himself with sycophants. He likes to surround himself with yes men. Is there a way that that translates into German? Like, what do you call a yes man in German? Like a ja Mann? Yeah, it sounds Jamaican when I say it that way. So, just have that mental image of confidence. You know, maybe somebody who holds their head up high, somebody who takes a challenge head on, somebody who is able to speak their mind, somebody who is able to handle business. Whatever it looks like to you, just envision what confidence looks like to you. Because what appears confident to me might appear differently to each one of you, so I don't want to tell you explicitly what confidence should look like. I just want you to remind yourself of what it is that you view as confident. So consider people in your life, people that you've seen, people that you know of, that make you think that person is confident. Like an Olympian? Yeah, but even Olympians probably might not feel confident until after they win. Or they might even win, but they might not get gold. They might get silver, and then they're like, ooh, feel bad. They say it feels better to win a bronze medal than it does to win a silver medal. Because if you win a bronze medal, you're just happy to be on the podium. But if you win a silver medal, you're like, ugh, I was so close to gold. It takes practice and training to feel confident, but there are also people who you will encounter who want to be perceived as confident, and they give this false, it's like compensation. Like, I drive a lifted truck. I drive a big truck. I got 16 guns. That's confidence. So, this confident person, what is their pose? What is their posture? How do they hold themselves? Because confidence is largely due to how we carry ourselves. And that is how confidence is by and large communicated. If a person can act in a confident way, but if they aren't communicating confidence through their body language, through their posture, we might not perceive them as confident. You know, you could be a brilliant scientist, but if you're like hunched over and skittery and jumpy, it's like people might not perceive you as being confident. What does their face look like? What does confidence look like on your face? What is that look of determination? That look of preparedness? I just want you to really clearly identify what a confident person was looking like. Because there's a difference. You know, if I look uncertain, I don't really look that confident. If I look uncertain, I look confused. Taylor Swift looks confident on stage, but she still talks about getting nervous still every time. And that's the thing about confidence. Is that people that we perceive to be confident, like people who will, you know, perform shows in front of sold out crowds, it's like, oh yeah, that's confidence. but they still have that feeling of nervousness because they're still human. Describe this confidence to yourself in great detail. What is it that makes this person appear confident to you? The more detail, the better. I was really on one when I wrote this presentation, wasn't I? All right, what I want you to try to do is envision yourself next to that person. Someone that you perceive to be confident. An athlete, an actor, a politician, a streamer, a coworker, a colleague, a friend, whoever it may be. I don't want to be next to them. You don't have to be. We're just using our imagination. You're not actually going to be next to them. We're just imagining being next to them. We have nothing to fear. We're just using our imaginations. What I want you to try to do is copy their posture. Copy their pose, copy their facial expression. Try to mimic them as closely as you can. So what you might notice is, oh, I lift myself up a little bit. I stand a little taller. I hold my head up. I don't need to hide from the world. So recreate that confidence in your body. And then hold that confident pose until you actually start to feel it. Because what you might notice is that when you hold yourself in a confident way, it will actually start to make you feel a little bit more confident. You might get a little tingle of it, and that's where you get started. What you'll notice is that when I carry myself with confidence, I start to feel more confident. If you hold yourself in a posture or a pose that isn't confident, you won't feel confident. It's hard to feel confident when you're hunched over. But if you hold yourself in a confident way, what you'll notice is, oh, I actually do start to feel a little bit more confident. Sexy, confident, so intelligent, so soft, so strong. It's more coffee, but I'm doing it black. The point of that exercise is that the way that you hold yourself can influence your perception of yourself. And so, while it might be difficult to feel more confident mentally or emotionally, it's a little bit easier to communicate confidence physically. And that's a good place to get started. And so if you want to feel more confident mentally, emotionally, psychologically, start off by feeling more confident physically. We have a little bit more control over that than we do over, feeling confident mentally or emotionally. Why does this work? Why does this actually create a feeling of confidence within us? I really was on one when I wrote this. Like, where was my mind when I wrote this? I don't know. But you might think, but aren't I gaslighting myself? But aren't I gaslighting myself? Maybe. But no, you aren't. What is actually happening here is a psychological function of our brains that we refer to as priming. You can prime yourself for an emotion, and it will facilitate that emotion. Like the fake laughing. You are priming yourself to experience humor. You are priming yourself by introducing it to yourself physically. And this is a good way to invoke certain emotional states, is by putting ourselves there physically and then allowing our minds to catch up. But I still don't see how this isn't just me gaslighting myself. Okay, maybe it is gaslighting yourself, but just give some consideration that you might actually be gaslighting yourself already to not feel confident. You might be gaslighting yourself to feel miserable and incapable, or whatever it might be that you're struggling with. Who's to say that those thoughts are any more real or any more true than a confident version of you? Isn't it just as valid? Which one would you rather facilitate? Which one would you rather encourage? Which one would you rather spend more time in? Priming is how mammals, and we are mammals, by the way. Do we have any reptiles? Any scalies? Do we have any non-mammalian life forms in the chat today? I'm not trying to be speciesist, okay? You know, we might have some visitors from a far-off land who might be insectoid or reptilian or fungal. You know, so I'm not going to judge. But if you're a mammal, like me, priming is one of the things that mammals will do to get themselves into the mood. So think about it. Think about some of the things that great apes do. What are some of the things that great apes do? They stand up, they stand up tall. Maybe they pound on their chest a little bit. Maybe they make some noise. They do vocalizations. Maybe they change their breathing. Maybe they hyperventilate to kind of get themselves oxygenated. It's really important to study the way that animals behave, because it gives insight into how we behave without social constructs. Like, monkeys don't care about looking funny, but we do. We care about how people perceive us. Monkeys don't really care how people perceive them. But we can learn from them, and we can use those same techniques that they use to amp themselves up, to give themselves a mood boost. You can increase the likelihood of an emotion. That should say emotion. Hold on. Oop. Let's fix that. Oh, we're getting ahead of ourselves. You can increase the likelihood of an emotion occurring by offering it to someone or yourself beforehand. This ties into something that we've talked about before. Our brains are open for suggestion. We're always looking out into the environment or our surroundings or whatever it is we might be thinking about to determine how we should be feeling at any point in time. But if something is suggested to us, like if I came to you and I was like, hey, did you hear about this terrible thing that happened? It's awful. You should be mad about it. It's probably going to make you feel riled up. It's probably going to make you feel angry. It works for all sorts of emotions. This also works for sadness, it works for happiness, it works for anxiety, it works for frustration, it works for any type of emotion that you can think of. When it is offered to you as a suggestion, your brain will take it into consideration. And this is part of the reason why sometimes people get stuck in cycles of sadness, is because they stop offering themselves happiness as an option. Happiness is off the table. It's not a possibility. But if you want to experience it, you have to offer it to yourself as an alternative to how it is that you are feeling right now. And I'm not going to say it's guaranteed, because you're just making a suggestion. So it's not about getting those guaranteed results. Although you can increase the likelihood with practice, you're just giving your brain an alternative. Sad people don't consider happiness as an option. And that's part of the reason why we get stuck in these types of feelings. It's sort of the lens that you look at life through. It's the pair of glasses you're wearing. The fact of life is that anywhere you look, there's going to be a certain amount of sadness involved. Just because sadness exists, and just because there are hardships in life, there are tragedies, there are misfortunes, there are moments of injustice, it doesn't mean that we aren't allowed to be happy. If you're waiting for the whole world to be happy, to give yourself permission to be happy, you're going to be waiting for a long time. So give yourself an alternative, and just start taking other things into consideration. Suggest different ways of emotions to yourself. If you want to become, for example, a happier version of yourself, you have to get to know that person. And so, what is it that sets me apart from this version of myself that I'm trying to be? Ultimately, it's you who decides to make a change. There's a phrase that they often use in recovery groups. I was sick and tired of being sick and tired. So what is it that you want for yourself in your life? And how can you make it happen? What can you do to take a step in that direction? It's not about knowing every single thing that you need to do to get to where you're trying to go. It's about figuring out what that next step is. Inch your way there. Because here's the thing. Let's say you're sad today. Let's say you're depressed. But you woke up tomorrow and you felt great. You felt wonderful. How would that make you feel? It might make you feel suspicious. It might make you feel uneasy. It might make you feel unsure, because you're like, wait a second. Where is this coming from? Why is this here? You're viewing your own happiness, your own joy, as something that you should hold under suspicion because you're not used to it being here. It's like a stranger enters your house. You're like, what are you doing here? So when it comes to finding like more joy and more happiness in your life, it's something that you have to acclimate to. You have to open up to it. You have to allow it in, and then bit by bit, allow yourself to experience it on a deeper and deeper level. And I feel like that's part of why people get so frustrated when it comes to, self-improvement or their own mental health, is because they want those immediate results. But the thing is that if those results were immediate, they wouldn't be as satisfying. They would feel disingenuous. It would feel like you were deceiving yourself. And that also ties into part of the reason why people become addicted to things, is because it allows them an escape from their emotions. Alright, let's keep going. Let's talk about becoming your #1 fan. The truth is that no meaningful change will come to your life unless you are fully committed to it. How committed are you to your happiness? How important is it to you to be happier? See, the thing about depression is it makes you feel like happiness is impossible, so it's not really that important of me to try to find because I can't make it happen. It's not going to work. You got to make it a priority. Things can get better. You just gotta stop listening to that voice in the back of your head that's like, I should be sad. Life is pain. Like Eeyore. You know Winnie the Pooh? It's like Eeyore. Like, what a bummer. So if you want to be more confident, you want to be happier, you want to be more active, more social, whatever it is, commit yourself to it. Make it a priority. Push back against those old thoughts that have been getting you nowhere, that have been keeping you stuck. Nobody's perfect. And mistakes are guaranteed. Everybody makes mistakes. Nobody lives a perfect life. Mistakes are an essential part of success. This shouldn't stop you from rooting for yourself to succeed. Even if you fail, even if you come up short, even if you let yourself down, you should still be rooting for yourself to succeed. It's your life. Don't you want to see yourself doing well? Imagine a version of you that is a little bit further along in your goals. Imagine a version of you that might be a little more happy, a little more confident, whatever it is that you're working towards. Imagine them cheering you on, encouraging you. They want to see you succeed. They want to see you make it. Only when we have proper space in our minds for ourselves can we truly allow other people in. What do I mean by this? What do I mean by this? What do I mean when I say making space for yourself in your mind? I'm going to give you a moment to just think about that before I tell you. Can you repeat? Only when you have proper space in your mind for yourself can you truly allow other people in. What do I mean by this? I'm gonna give you a few seconds. Just think about it. How about this? What are some things in your mind that crowd your mind? What are some things in your mind that make you feel like I've got no room to stretch? I've got no room to be compassionate. I've got no room to extend myself. I've got no room in my mind. What I mean by this is there are things in your mind that you are holding on to that you don't need. And anything that you don't need, you can let go of. But going back to mammals and mammalian behavior, one of the things that mammals really like to do is we like to hold on to stuff. Whether it be emotionally, mentally, or physically. Have you ever met a baby? You ever met a baby and you hold out your finger and then they got the vice grip? We like to hold on to stuff. Even if it's stuff that we don't need, we like to hold on to it. Because we might need it someday. So what are some things in your life? What are some things in your mind that you don't need anymore? Some things that you can let go of. Loneliness, doubt, guilt, shame. Negative thinking. There you go. One of the things that I like to do when it comes to negative thinking is I like to ask myself, is this helping? Or is this hurting? It's like when somebody comes up to you and they just have like nothing but criticism. It's like, okay, but do you have a solution? Do you have any options? Do you have any recommendations? Or are you just gonna criticize? And that's kind of what we do to ourselves, is we become our own biggest critics. How could we not become our own biggest critics? Nobody knows us like us. Nobody inhabits our mind but us. Nobody lives our life but us. And so of course we're going to be our own biggest critics. And that's okay, because we should be critical of ourselves, to a point. Because if we take it too far, it inhibits us, it limits us, it keeps us fearful and anxious. Anything you don't need, you can let go of. You probably don't need to be so hard on yourself. You probably don't need to be so critical of yourself. You don't need to be an enemy. You don't need to have an adversarial relationship with yourself. And so if you want to make more space for yourself in your mind, more room to appreciate yourself, more room to understand and, room to stretch out. But it's things like doubt and guilt and shame and fear that they keep us confined. But if we really want to appreciate everything that we are and everything that we can do and everything that we, the way in which we can be determined, the way in which we can push for our own success, the way that we can prioritize our own well-being, there are going to have to be some things that we let go of so that we make room for those things. I don't understand the stretch out. What does this mean? You know when you're relaxed in bed and you kind of go like this? You get a good stretch and it feels good. You don't feel tied down. You don't feel inhibited. You're just free to, free to move. We also feel that up here. But it's things like fear and anxiety and guilt and shame, and those stop us from doing that mentally. We put ourselves into a box. And we say, I can't leave the box. It's scary out there. You get what I'm saying, though, right? If you want to start thinking about yourself in a different way, you're going to have to let go of some old ideas and some old beliefs about yourself so that you can stretch out and find new types. Show pits. All right, now pay up. In learning to truly appreciate yourself and your flaws, you learn to appreciate others more as well. If you really want to change the direction of your self-image, the direction of your emotional development, you have to appreciate yourself for all that you are in this moment and identify the things that no longer serve you, the things that you're okay with letting go of, or even if it's hard to let go of those things. Just identifying that these are things that I am in the process of letting go of. Recognizing the things that no longer serve you. So that you can make more room for yourself and you can start appreciating yourself more and say, damn, I did do that. I used to struggle with that thing, but you know what? I overcame it. And in doing this, it allows you to establish deeper and more meaningful relationships with other people. Because you understand, they're dealing with their own things too. There's this streamer pretending they're dating you and watching your stream pretending you have an actual relationship. Cassitron? I didn't know that Cassie streamed. Confidence boosting exercises. Let's see what I put here. Let's see what's here. Let's see what we're working with. This one's fun. Heroic posing. Heroic posing. These are some things that I came up with. Because there was a time in my life where I didn't feel especially confident, and I'm like, you know what I need to do? I need to figure out exercises and ways that I can feel more confident so that I can actually start to generate more confidence in myself. And these are some of the things I came up with. So, follow along. Heroic posing. By recreating a physical stance, your mind will generate emotions associated with that pose. So, if that doesn't make sense, it's because I was really on one when I wrote this, but let me just elaborate. Let me clear things up a little bit. What is your victory pose? Let's say you have a big win. Whatever it might be that you're really holding out for, you know, maybe you got a promotion, you win the lottery, you defeat your, you know, mortal enemy, whatever it may be. What would it look like in that moment of triumph? In what sort of posture or position would you be? And then create that pose today. Engage in that posture. And then what you'll notice is that by holding that posture, if you give it a few seconds, because it's not immediate, you know, you got to give your brain time to catch up. There's a reason why when people feel triumphant, or when people feel joyous or exuberant, or, you know, whatever they might be feeling, there are certain things that people do. They might jump up, they might throw their arms up, they might go, yes! And it's because the physicality and the emotionality are closely tied together. And so you don't necessarily need the emotion to create the posture. You can invoke the emotion by engaging in the posture. So this is your homework for today. Pretend to be Seto Kaiba. My grandfather's deck has no pathetic cards, Kaiba. Behold, Exodia. Not my subtitles saying my grandfather's dick. Oh, oh no. Try this for yourself and see how it makes you feel. Do I have any volunteers? Is anybody willing to try this and getting back to me later? You don't have to do it right now, but I just want you to be like, what's my victory pose? And then just see how it makes you feel. Just hold it for 20, 30 seconds. And just see what sort of feelings it stirs up within you. And if this seems silly, it's because, well, it kind of is, but sometimes things that seem a little bit silly can have a profound effect. The point of doing this isn't to just make yourself more confident, it's to introduce yourself to those types of feelings that you are seeking out. Because if you're trying to be more confident, it helps to get a taste for how that feels. And so it gives you a direction, it gives you an orientation, it helps you figure out where it is you're trying to get to. It's like you're at Costco and you're like, oh yeah, let me try that free sample. That tastes pretty good. Tastes pretty good. So what I would ask you to do is find out your victory pose. And then hold it for a little while. You know, no more than a minute. It's not going to take that long to do. And just see how it makes you feel. It might stir something up within you, and if it does, that's good. It gives you an idea of like, oh, okay, that's what it feels like. That's the feeling I was hunting for. And it helps because it's like, okay, now I have a clearer idea of what it is that I am pursuing. I have to find one first. It's your heroic pose. So here's what I would have you do. I want you to imagine that you have slain your mortal enemy. This is a blood feud that has gone back generations. For hundreds of years, your family has been at war with their mortal enemies, and guess what? You won. You stand victorious over the fallen corpse of your mortal foe. What does that look like? At least that's what I do, because that's... that might be a little masculine of me. It's like when I think of victory, I'm like, oh yeah, I slayed my mortal foe. It's like, okay, where did that come from? But that's just where my mind goes. It could be different for you. Just listen to your body. Your body knows what to do. Just give it time to figure it out. All right. Another way to boost your confidence is by engaging in creative pursuits. Learn to enjoy learning. And this is about having a growth mindset. I would say that having a growth mindset is hands down one of the most important things that you can have in regards to your mental wellness. Appreciating that while I might not be where I want to be, I'm getting there. I'm learning. I'm growing. I'm improving. I don't have to be perfect. I just have to be willing to learn. I just have to not give up. I just have to keep trying. Appreciate having a beginner's mind. By pushing your skills further, by practicing new techniques, accepting failures as areas for growth, these are all things that can help to build your confidence. Appreciate your ability to learn and grow and change. You don't have to disparage yourself because you're not perfect. Alright, admit it. How many of you have tried a new hobby and you weren't immediately good at it, and so you're like, you know what, maybe this isn't for me? Well, I picked up a guitar and I didn't immediately know how to play the guitar, so I figured, you know what, playing guitar just isn't my thing. Just try to enjoy the progress. Try to enjoy the journey. Life before death, strength before weakness, journey before destination. Body acceptance. You only have the one that you are in, so treat it with love. Your mind doesn't need to hold any hate for any part of itself. Now, there might be things about your body, there are things about your physical form that you might not like. So do you have the ability or the capacity to change those things? Don't leave any room for self-hatred in your mind or in your heart. You don't need it, because it's not going to get you anywhere. It's just going to hold you back. You have to appreciate your body because it keeps your brain safe. It holds all your bits and pieces. Thank you. Forgiveness and gratitude. True strength lies in kindness, as it is far easier to be mean. Show appreciation and uplift others, and you will find that you feel uplifted as well. Compassion is key. Do you feel like there are things in your life that you cannot forgive yourself for? Do You don't have to tell me what it is, but maybe just a simple yes or no. Do you feel like there are things in your life that you just simply cannot forgive yourself for? Are you still that person? Or have you changed since then? Has that thing that you did that you feel like I can't forgive myself for this, has it motivated you to grow and to change and to be a better person? Then why not forgive yourself? You were a human. You live a human life. And part of living a human life is making mistakes. So forgive yourself for being a human and doing the things that humans do. But do you feel that that lack of forgiveness is helping you or hurting you? Is it motivating you to be a better person, or is it holding you back from embracing your true potential? If you want to, try this. I feel like it's holding me accountable. Does that make sense? It does. And this is one of the ways that we rationalize holding on to these types of things. You've held yourself to account for long enough. You've paid your dues. You've served your time. Do you believe that people need to be punished forever when they commit something wrong, when they do a wrongdoing? And I'm not saying, like, don't immediately jump to like the most heinous and awful, terrible crimes that people can commit, because that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, you know, being ill-tempered, being rude or dismissive, or being inconsiderate. The types of things that we hold on to, that we punish ourselves for indefinitely. Should people be punished forever for making these types of mistakes? I don't think so. So why are we any different? At some point, it's like, I don't need to continue to hold myself accountable for this. I've held myself accountable for it for long enough, and I have learned from it, and I have grown because of it, and I learned what it is that I needed to learn. So maybe now what I need to learn from this is that it's okay to let it go. I don't have to punish myself any longer. I don't know why it's so hard to show myself compassion. Do you want to know why? I can tell you why. I can tell you why it's hard. It's because you haven't practiced it. You haven't practiced it. It's like saying, wow, juggling is hard. But it's like, have you practiced juggling? Have you sit down, you take the time to... So if you want to get better at showing yourself compassion, you have to practice doing it. And so in what ways could you show yourself some compassion today? We're going to do some compassion practice. I feel like this just altered my brain. Good. Good. Cool stuff I felt like adding. Wow, I really was feeling myself when I wrote this presentation. Imagine that you could talk to yourself as a kid. What would you say? What would they say? Odds are that you would be far more forgiving of yourself then as you are now. Like, imagine you have a conversation with you when you're a kid. You know, you're 8, you're 10, whatever. And they're like, well, I didn't become an astronaut, little buddy. You would probably be more forgiving of yourself than you are today. Little you would probably be like, that's okay. I'm sure you tried your best. And this is where you actually start to get into stuff like inner child work. And it's by doing mental exercises such as this one. Like, just imagine that you could have a conversation with you as a kid. Like, what would that look like? What would you talk about? Because a lot of the wounds that we carry happened when we were young, and if we want to properly address and heal those wounds, we have to get ourselves into that headspace that we were in at that point in time. And we can do this by reconnecting with that aspect of ourselves. Forgive yourself for being human. I kind of started getting at this earlier when I was talking about forgiving yourself, but I'm glad I included it in the presentation itself. Forgive yourself for being human. Being a human is hard, and it's confusing, and things are weird. It's normal to mess up. It's normal to make mistakes. But that's how we learn, and that's how we grow. And so if you have a hard time with forgiveness, start by forgiving yourself for being human and doing as humans do. I would say to my little kid to ignore the people who don't get you and better appreciate the ones who do get you. That's really cool. And what would they say to you? I feel like if you did have the opportunity to sit down and talk with yourself as a kid, you would both come away from that conversation learning something. Even if it's just them saying something like, I'm sure you tried your best. It's okay. Just try again. Because that's the thing about kids, is they're not so quick to just give up. That's something that we kind of learn as we get older. But when you're a kid, it's like, no, you'll sit down and you'll keep trying until something happens. Or until your parents say it's dinner time. I'd have to think about what my little child would say. What you would probably find is that they wear their heart on their sleeves. They are more encouraging, they are more forgiving, and they are more understanding in many ways than we are. Inner child work is some of the most profound healing that we can really do because it taps you into a part of your identity that is innocent and pure. And a lot of us forget that that aspect of ourselves exists. It's kind of mind-blowing. Now imagine what it's like to live with my brain. It's a weird place to be. But sometimes I say some cool shit, and that's pretty cool. This is the end of the confidence presentation. That's where I ended it. That was it. Okay. All right. A little all over the place. Could probably use some better structure, some better formatting, but all in all, not a bad presentation. You bring up some good points, but I feel like it's just not as cohesive as I would like it to be. I'll give it a 7 out of 10. I'll give it a C. I'll give it a C plus. C plus. Let's get back into the question box. Do you still get nervous when streaming? This is a fun question. And I'm gonna say yes. Because when you are putting on a show, a little bit of nervous energy is actually helpful to motivate you to do better. So like even people who they make a career of like performing on stage, they might still get nervous before a show. Because it's that energy that actually motivates you to perform at a higher level. And that's why I say things like anxiety is meant to be there. Anxiety is a tool. If I just came in here and I wasn't nervous or I didn't care and I was just apathetic, like my streams would be way more boring and I would just be like, "What's up, guys?" You know what I mean? You kind of need a little bit of that nervous energy or that anxious energy to get you to perform at a higher level. So it's a good thing to have. I'm still shook from those truth bombs. Just let them soak in. Just let them soak in. I'm glad. Finally, I was able to help a depressed German without doing 2 years of psychoanalytic therapy. Can you believe how shook I was whenever I heard that the primary forms of therapy that they do in like German countries, so like Germany, Austria, or you know what, like Liechtenstein, like they're still big on like the Freudian like psychoanalytic perspectives. I'm like, huh, very interesting. I need help with some thoughts. I got you. Really? That's what I heard. I had somebody come in once and they were from Austria and they told me that they were doing therapy and they're like, "Oh, I was doing psychoanalysis." I'm like, "Interesting. People don't really do that in the United States." It's like you can find psychoanalytic therapists, but it's almost more like you got to find them, you got to seek them out. So I haven't taken my meds, but I went looking and I can't find any medicine at home. Now I'm unsure if I was on any. All right, let's think. When was the last time that you remember taking it? Just try to picture opening the bottle, taking the pill. Where were you when that happened? In your bathroom, in your bedroom, in your kitchen, in your living room? One of the things that can help to facilitate recall is by putting yourself into that position. My husband always made sure I took them. He would prep it for breakfast. So you do know that you were taking them at some point. So if you can't find them, if you don't sure where they are, then I wouldn't question your sanity. Okay, I wouldn't question your sanity because this could just be there's a simple solution to this, and that maybe they're just misplaced. It doesn't have to be anything more than that. I don't have to question, my own mental facilities just because I can't find a bottle. But I understand where you're coming from. Sometimes when you're trying to find something and you can't find it, it does make you feel a little crazy. You're like, now where did I leave this? I can't access my old medical history after changing legal gender. That is one of the dumbest things that I have ever heard. Why would that ever be a thing? You can't access your own history anymore? That's so stupid. Whoever made that a rule is a big dum-dum. Apparently I missed some consent form to it. Well, the thing about consent forms is that you can probably still go back and sign them if you haven't signed it yet. The thing about consent forms is that you can always go back and sign them. I would just say to try to contact wherever you were prescribed them in the morning and say, "Hey, I lost my bottle. I need a new prescription." Having a difficult time remembering things. You are still grieving, and grief can do that to you. But there are practical solutions for these problems, whether it be, contacting a therapist, contacting a nurse, contacting a doctor, and just saying, "Hey, I need help." It's a good place to start. This isn't something you gotta do on your own. If you find yourself questioning things like that, and you feel like, I know that's not true, but I feel like I remember it, I would recommend focusing on the things that you do know to be true. I am me, I am here, this is now. Put yourself into your senses. Try to ground yourself. What am I seeing? What am I hearing? What am I feeling? What am I tasting? What am I smelling? But yeah, I would recommend getting in contact with your med provider first thing in the morning. Tiefen psychology. Verhaltens therapy. God, Germans really are just so serious, aren't they? So serious. Somewhat related question. Do you feel like by and large German people might struggle with concepts such as self-forgiveness and self-compassion because of World War II? Do you think that it's affected the psyche of an entire population? Like, oh no, I cannot forgive myself. We must never forget the crimes of my forefathers. I mean, it's not like Americans are any better. We've done a bunch of fucked up shit too. Don't get me wrong. I'm just... How complex are the thought patterns of my cat? This is a fun question. All right, let me take a crack at it, and then I'll try to find some literature or like an article or something that can kind of break it down a little bit. Cats. When it comes to dealing with animals, they lean into a lot of their other senses to a degree that humans might not be so aware of. They might be more driven by things such as smell or sound. You know, you'll probably notice that cats, you know, if there's a loud noise, they're very jumpy. Or even if they aren't jumpy, they might even like turn one ear in one direction. There's like a sound that comes from over here, and they're just like, what the fuck was that? You know what I mean? You ever seen a cat do that thing where they're like... You know what I mean? Another thing about cats is that they are very good at regulating themselves, and one of the things that they do in order to maintain that state of like homeostasis is they purr. They create this like relaxing vibration within themselves, and it helps them to feel relaxed and soothed. Cats are also going to be really driven by like their biological needs. You know, like if they're hungry, they're gonna let you know. You know, if they are they're like, if there's no food in the bowl. If there's no food in the bowl, they're either gonna go try to find food, or they're gonna bother you, like, hey, wake up. So the thing about cats is they are hunters. They are predators, but they are also prey. And this puts them at an interesting niche as far as animals go, because they hunt, birds and mice and some like rodents and stuff, but they are also prey in that other animals hunt them. You know, so they're wary of like things being above them. They're like, is a big bird gonna swoop down and pick me up, or do I have to worry about some big dog or something? So they have an interesting set of rules. one of the things that you may notice is the way that a cat communicates trust. And a cat will tell you that it trusts you by closing its eyes in front of you, saying, I don't have to watch you because I don't have to worry about you. I'm not worried that you're going to try to eat me or something like that. And so one of the things that cats will do is they will blink slowly. And that's them saying, hey, I trust you. I feel safe enough around you to close my eyes in front of you. I can let my guard down in front of you. So if you have a cat, what I would recommend trying to do is do a slow blink exchange with them. If they give you a slow blink, give them a slow blink back. And what you'll notice is that sometimes you can keep that exchange going for a little while. And so as far as actual thoughts, like, cats are aware that they exist, but they probably don't have like existential thoughts like we do. Like, why am I here? What was I put here for? What is my purpose? They're more instinct driven in that regard, but they are able to form like bonds, and they are able to show trust, and they are able to show affection. And so they are able to, you know, communicate in some ways. They are able to express themselves in some ways. And that's cool. They're cool little critters. One of the things that I've noticed when it comes to cats is they kind of associate us as being similar to them. Like they know that we're different from them, but they also assume that we are kind of like them. And so what I will try to do sometimes is, instead of reaching for a cat, go with lead with your head. Just touch foreheads with them, because that's what cats do when they like introduce themselves to other cats, is they'll kind of like bump heads. But if you're coming at them with your hands, what does a cat think you're doing? It thinks you're coming at it with your paws. It thinks you're gonna try to slap it or smack it, or you know what I mean? So if you want to understand cats, just try to think like a cat. Very sensitive creatures. They're very alert, very aware, but they're also very sweet. I always thought history class would be a very important part of American education, but boy, was I wrong. Yeah, I never heard the term Native American genocide until I was in graduate school. Like, we're all like, there is a lot of revision in American history. We're made out to be the good guys. A lot of things like, oh yes, we sent soldiers into Korea and into Vietnam to stop the spread of communism, which is bad and evil. I learned plenty about colonization and the Trail of Tears and all that, and I did too. Like, don't get me wrong, like, they taught us about that kind of stuff, but they never used the phrase genocide. And I feel like that's a really important thing to reiterate, is that that's what it was. And they do, and to be honest, they do kind of skip over a lot of things. They do kind of, you know. It's like you're telling a story, and it gets to the part where you're like, you just kind of mumble through that part. And anyway, so back to where we were. World War II. We love to talk about World War II in our history classes because we like to frame ourselves as the good guy. Don't forget, though, that America really built itself up as a nation by selling weapons to other countries in World War I and World War II. There was a war going on, and we're like, I want to sell them some tanks. Let's make some bullets. I feel like it was pretty much implied. It was implied, but there's a difference between just implying it and actually owning up to it and calling it what it is. And I feel like we could do a lot more to really drive home the point that, oh yeah, we did a lot of fucked up stuff in our history. And we still haven't done all that much to make amends for it. Like, there are people alive today that are still suffering from, like, laws and institutions that existed hundreds of years ago. There are people today that are still, you know, living a great life because of money that they I almost said earned. They didn't really earn it. Money that they accrued from owning slaves. Like, there are people today who are still generationally wealthy, and it's because they were white, land-owning, slave-owning racketeers. And I feel like as far as, like, social justice goes, we've still got a long way to go. And nationalism is rising up. I don't get why. Well, it's because nationalism is an easy a belief system to adhere to when you are a dumb poopy head. It's like picking a sports team. A lot of people will adhere to nationalist beliefs because it's like being a fan of their sports team. They're like, yeah, man. Go Chiefs. I don't think anybody alive today should be deemed guilty of what happened back then, and I don't think they should be deemed guilty of that either, but I feel like they should own up to the fact that they are able to live so well today is because of all of the inhuman things that their ancestors did, and it's not a bad thing to try to make things a bit better for people. It's like, well, you know, I inherited this mansion. My grandparents actually built it. We've got 5,000 acres out here, you know, we've got 3 vacation homes. It's like, you know, I mean, I didn't own any other humans. Like, I was, but it's like, okay, you're gonna reap the benefit, and you're gonna, you know, you're not gonna do anything to make things better for people. You're just content with your own, you know. It's like, well, I got mine. Fuck everybody else. Why do so many Americans hate immigrants when they themselves are immigrants? I'll tell you why. It has to do with this. It's because a lot of Americans are afraid of melanin. It's mostly just because of racism and xenophobia. Like, oh, if an immigrant comes in from Europe, they're like, oh, that's fine. But if an immigrant comes in from Central America or South America, or they come in from Africa, they're like, I don't know. They look too different for me. I need to be suspicious of them. That's monkey brain behavior. That's just a brain-dead, ignorant take. This person doesn't look like me. I shouldn't trust him. Like, that's just such a brain-dead complete and utter lack of critical thinking. There isn't a single country that doesn't have immigration laws, so are we all racist? There is a single country that doesn't have immigration laws. There is. And it's called Ireland. And I feel like part of the reason why Ireland is so based is because Ireland has been getting the shit end of the stick from the British for hundreds of years. And so they have grown to be a more accommodating and welcoming people because they're used to getting shit on and exploited and abused. Like, before the enslavement of like Native Americans, before the enslavement of like African peoples, Irish people were the original slaves. So Ireland isn't racist. What point are you trying to make? What point are you trying to make? Like, what is the position that you're trying to argue here? I'm a little confused. Are we all racist? Maybe. Maybe there's just something within our genetic code that makes us inherently distrustful of people that don't look like us because it's a survival mechanism or something. I don't know. But does that mean that it's okay to act on that? I don't think so. I feel like part of what makes us good people is we're able to rise above our biological drives. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Pint and Click, thank you for the raid. Mods, do something. Mods, do something. My pleasure. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome to the brain domain. We're having a good stream. We're having a good stream. We're having a good stream. If you're new here, if this is the first time in, welcome. Make yourselves at home. Make yourself comfortable. We like to talk about mental health and psychology, and we were just talking about global politics and human nature there for a minute, so... We were talking about things like racism and xenophobia, and I think a really important thing for people to do is to acknowledge the ways in which they can be prejudiced and they can be bigoted. It's not just about assuming that you aren't. Like, well, I'm not in the Ku Klux Klan, so I'm not racist. It's like, well, okay, but you could be holding on to certain beliefs, or you could be perpetuating unhealthy stereotypes, and you might not even be aware that what you're doing is harmful to other people. And I feel like in order to bring an end to things such as racism and xenophobia is by acknowledging the ways that we have errors in our thinking. To be prejudiced is to be human. But we can do better. We just got to keep working on it. Chat, I really got to pee. I really got to pee. I'm going to be honest, I really got to pee. I'm going to take a potty break. I like to think that native-based landscaping is my positive outlet for my inherent white racism. I feel like if we're gonna make it as a species, we need to stop being so fearful and distrusting of one another. I feel like we hold on to these like fearful and distrustful beliefs. Like if somebody looks different than us, if they, are a different skin color, if they, have a different facial structure, we are distrustful, and it's not doing us any good. It's hurting us. It's inhibiting us. And I feel like if we're going to make it as a species, we need to let go of that fear. It's really holding us back. Just like on the individual level, like fear holds us back as individuals. Like I'm afraid to socialize, I'm afraid to put myself out there, I'm afraid to talk to people, I'm afraid to let go of my guilt and shame because I feel like I need it for some reason. The same things are manifested in society as a whole. We're very fearful little creatures, and you can thank our mammal biology for that. Chat, I really gotta pee. Let me take a quick break real quick. Quick potty break. Be right back. Enjoy these cats. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Also, if you have any questions that you'd like to talk about on stream, just drop them in that question box and we'll get right to them. Alright, be right back. I gotta go pee pee. Okie dokie. What do you think of these cats? Aren't they so peaceful? They're such funny little guys. They're such funny little guys. Like, look at that one. Like, where's he going? Like, what are you doing? You posted, puppy. Let's see it. We have an animal channel here in the Discord. Shout out to the Discord. Exclamation Discord if you're interested in joining the community. So I like to see all these cute little animals. Like, look at this cat. Meow. This cat has catitude. Catitude. Look at this little wiener. Um. Oh, here we go. Look at those nails. Slay. Boop. Whenever you do that, you're required to go poop. Not poop. Not poop. Whenever my subtitles just say the completely wrong word from what I'm trying to say. Like earlier I said, my grandfather's deck. And my subtitles said my grandfather's dick. I was like, oh, oop. Oop. You gotta go boop. It keeps saying poop. Does it not know what boop? Boop. Boop, 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 boop. It keeps saying poop. It keeps saying poop. Boop. Betty Boop. See, now I got it. Okay. Okay. So yeah, if you have a animal, if you have a pet, show him off. I want to see him. Get those reacts in. Boop. I like the Halloween collar. That's cute. A little pumpkin. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Another thing about cats is that there's a certain, like, majesty to them. Unlike cats, they're very majestic creatures. And it's like, to some degree, they know it. Like, they know it. They're like, yeah, I look good, what about it? Monkey. Monkey. GNG has 2 orange cats. Can you imagine the trouble that they get into? Can you? I just can imagine it just like 1 orange cat. That's a lot of orange cat energy, but to have 2, it's like it's a whole other level. Just look at this cat. Meow. Oh, so happy. So happy. Tying back into something that we were talking about earlier when it comes to like taking medication or like remembering if you took something, I'm like, you can incorporate other things from your life into that process, like, because a lot of how we remember things and a lot of how we, you know, stick to a routine is by having things that we associate with that routine. So it's like, if whenever I take my medication, I take a moment to say, okay, doggy, I took my medication, and then you give your dog a little pet, you give him a little rub on the belly. It'll make it easier to remember. Okay. Is Beavis the boss? He likes to think he is. But I feel like all the cats feel like they're the boss. Oh my goodness. Meow. Meow. Right. Let's get that fixed. Okay, there we go. Oh, too far. There we go. You know what I did earlier? When I went to the bathroom and I saw myself in the mirror, and you know what I did? I did this. I gave myself one of those. Like, hey, good looking, how you doing? Well, we're all caught up at the moment. We're all caught up with questions at the moment, so anything on your mind? Anything you want to talk about? How do you feel about Steven Pinker? I'm gonna have to look up who that is because their name isn't ringing a bell. Canadian American cognitive psychologist. This guy looks familiar. This guy looks familiar, but I can't say for why. He has a website, stevenpinker.com. I like this picture of himself that he put on his website. He's just like, I'm leaning against a wall, just... Like, what are you doing, Steven? You alright? You're just leaning against the wall, just hanging out. Just chilling, just hanging out. Experimental psychologist, interest in all aspects of language, mind, and human nature. there's an importance to psychological research. Like, research is important, but there's also a lot to be learned by actually just getting out and working with people. Like, I feel like I learned more about psychology by practicing psychology and, like, doing therapy and working with people than I ever did, like, in a classroom or, like, conducting experiments and stuff. Because a lot of what psychologists will do is, in order to feel like they are real scientists, they base a lot of their ideas and their assumptions and their beliefs off of what they can measure and what they can observe in a laboratory. Wrote a bunch of books. I haven't read any of these books. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how to read. Think with Pinker? You should have called it Thinker with Pinker. Just saying. That's what I would have done. But no, I have a certain level of like respect and esteem for anybody who dedicates their lives to like understanding human nature, understanding psychology, because it really is something that a lot of people just have a hard time thinking about. And so I respect. Photography by Steve Pinker. He plugged his Insta. He's like, check out these pictures I took. He works for the Department of Psychology at Harvard. I wonder what they get on about at Harvard. But no, he seems like a smart dude. He seems like a smart dude. I don't know. I wish I had more of a substantive answer to give you of like, yeah, this is what I think about this person, but when it comes to like making a name for yourself as like a scientist, as a researcher, as a professional in any type of field, it's like, in some ways it's like you make it about yourself. Even if you're trying to talk about everybody else, it's still going to be an extension of you and your beliefs. So maybe I should write a book. Maybe I should have a website. Maybe I should get a glamour shot. Seems like a cool guy. It'd be nice to sit down and have a conversation with him. He did a debate on violence and if it's ever justified with Tariq Ali and Alif Sarkhan. He's pretty cool. He talks about linguistics and why we curse and the origins of grammar in the brain, etc., and the decline of violence historically. Right? And I feel like, you know, one of the things that we often forget is that we live in one of the least dangerous and least violent times in history because violence tends to just decline. And I think it's because we realize that violence begets violence. Terror begets terror. You know, if I'm going to shoot somebody, if I'm going to blow somebody up, it's just going to make other people angry and then they're going to want to shoot me or blow me up. And so it's like, violence isn't ever really the answer. My approach, though, on violence is the approach that, like, martial artists take. It's the art of self-defense. It's like you learn how to defend yourself and hope that you never have to use those skills. You hope that you never have to bring harm onto another person, but if it is to protect yourself or those that you love, if they are at risk or if they are in danger, then you will do what you have to get through that situation. A big fly. Where'd you come from? A big boy. Ooh. There's a fly buzzing around. If he comes close, I'm gonna try to snatch him. Sun Tzu, I don't think he liked violence. With, you know, giving understanding to like the time period that Sun Tzu lived in which it was a bit more of a chaotic and violent time in human history, it's like a lot of people will use violence as a means of seeking peace. People don't often engage in violent acts because they just love violence. They do it because they're trying to find peace. But I think there's a better way to find peace. And it doesn't come from inflicting harm. It doesn't come from infringing on the rights of other people. It comes from within. Just think about humans for a second and think about why we felt the need to invent things such as locks. Why we felt like there are things that we have to keep protected and keep hidden and keep secret and keep safe. It kind of comes in line with the concept of like carrot or stick. Like if you want to motivate somebody to do something, you can offer them a reward. You know, you give them the carrot. If the carrot doesn't work, then you use the stick. That is a giant fly. Oh my god. He's huge. He's like this big. He's just haunting me. I need a cat. I need a cat in here to catch this fly. Where's Beaver? We put Beaver on the job. In thinking about like the calling that people will follow when it comes to like being an educator or a researcher within psychology, I feel like part of what I am seeking to do is to encourage people to just think more critically and to maybe view themselves in a different way. Because there are beliefs that you hold about yourself that were imposed on you by society, by your experiences, by your upbringing, and a lot of those might simply not be true. But by and large, we don't like to have to deal with that. We like to believe that we know who we are, we know what we're here for, we know, you know, what we're capable of, and I guess I just want people to know that it's okay to be wrong about yourself. It's okay to not be who you thought you were. This fly is huge. Get out of here. I'm trying to... Fat fly. Big. Oh, I hit him. I hit him. I don't know if you could hear it, but there was an audible thwack when I smacked him. Hopefully that did enough damage. Hopefully he's out of commission. Hopefully I didn't just stun him. But I did hit him. I gave him a backhand. So much for a non-violent approach. suspect if we lost most of our modern convenience, then violence may become more popular again. And I feel like that, yeah, that is true. That is a valid point. And I feel like that also lends itself to understanding how short-sighted some people can be. It's like, if you're hungry and you go and take somebody else's food and you use violence to achieve your means, it's like, okay, but what happens the next time you're hungry? Are you just gonna go raid somebody else's stores? Are you just gonna go sack somebody else's village? Or are you gonna learn how to farm? Are you gonna learn how to tend to animals? Like, are you gonna, like, something more sustainable? Because I feel like violence isn't a sustainable mindset. Eventually it's just gonna destroy and consume, and it's gonna leave us with nothing. It's just a very short-sighted, it's a symptom of very short-sighted thinking. When in reality, it's like, we really do live in a post-scarcity era. But we have this belief imposed on us that things are scarce and that we do need to fight for things and we do need to steal and we do need to, you know, infringe on the civil liberties of others in order to get what we need, and that's simply not true. There's not really anything stopping us from living in a more equitable and just society than our own fears and our own beliefs. That's the only thing holding us back. There's more than enough to go around. We could raise the standard living for the average person dramatically. If it weren't for greed. I'm describing how we exited the Stone Age and entered the Bronze Age in human development. Looking back at human development is one of my favorite things to do. Just looking back at, like, the Sumerian kings or, like, ancient Sumer, like, there was a guy, and his name was Kugelalimundu. And he was the king of the four quarters. Because back then, he just assumed that there were four corners of the world, and he wanted to rule all four of those corners. This also ties into something that I've talked about before, and it's like, what is the best thing that you can do with an enemy? The best thing that you can do with an enemy is to turn them into an ally. It's like, why do we need to wage war? Why can't we engage in fair trade? Like, why can't we help each other? Like, why can't we, you know, cooperate? Because I'm worried about that other guy. That other guy's gonna get ahead of me. Can't have that happening. Do you ever think about just how crazy it was to fight in a war in, like, medieval times? Like, war is brutal now. Like, war is probably more barbaric. Well, the war is always barbaric, but, like, think about the time when people used to wage war, but, like, they were fighting with spears and bow and arrow. You know, their weapons were made of, like, wood and primitive metals. It's like, all right, everybody. The king said we need to march. There are enemies on the other side of that mountain. And they're coming for our women. So we gotta go kill them first. People still do that. It's just America and others moved on. Not everyone can afford to move on to tech. And I feel like a part of the reason why that happens is because we feel like we need to have an advantage. We need to have an edge over other people. When in reality, it's through cooperation and trade and understanding that we're able to learn more and take things even farther than if we just keep things to ourselves. Like, if there wasn't such a, you know, like technological advancement, like if there wasn't such a, if it wasn't like such a closely guarded secret, they're like, I can't have them find out about this technology, they might use it against me. It's like, or isn't that you using it against them right now? So you're worried that they're gonna do to you what you're doing to them, and that's why you're worried about it? The atom bomb. Yeah, that brings up an interesting point, because that really was just such an interesting point in our history. Is like, we were incredibly motivated to invent the atom bomb first because we didn't want anybody else to have it. But now that a lot of people have it, it's like, okay, well, nobody wants to use it because other people are going to use it against them. And, you know, it's like, what's the point of destroying my enemy if my enemy is also going to destroy me in the process? Climate in many early civilizations made abundance possible. And this makes me think about things like the city of Las Vegas. The city of Las Vegas should not exist. It's in the middle of the desert. There's not really any agriculture because it's in the desert. They have to have things shipped in. They have to have things. It's like, and we basically subsidize their existence by having to, you know, provide them with everything that they need. Okay, go off. Cut that wood. Show that wood who's boss. It's not a water problem, it's an overpopulation problem. Right? Like, even if you were to look at, like, Lake Mead. Lake Mead is where Las Vegas gets its water from. And the water level naturally will rise and fall because that's just what water does. But the point is like, after a certain point, it's like you reach a level of unsustainability. You use the water up faster than it replenishes. And so, yeah, it's like you said, it's not a water problem, it's an overpopulation problem, because the more people you have there, the more demand you put on that system, it's like the system is going to collapse. Think about how the USA glorifies wealth, and it's kind of gross. It's kind of gross. It's like, it should make people feel bad that they are able to live this exorbitant, like, fanciful life while other people are suffering. Like, if you've ever been to LA, it is all over the place. You will walk past these, like, multi-million-dollar, like, penthouses and houses and apartments and, you know, designer fashion stores, and then there are people that don't have a place to live and they are sleeping on the sidewalk outside of these places. Like, I could not sleep at night. I would be disgusted with myself if I was just living in this fancy place and I'm just paying people to deliver my things to me. It's like, I don't have to leave my house. I could just pay somebody to bring me food. But there's people outside who are just suffering, and it's just like... You know what I mean? It's just like, they turned a blind eye to it. I feel like as humans, one of our drives should be the end, or not necessarily the end, because I feel like to be completely devoid of suffering is impossible, because people are still going to trip over something, or they're going to stub their toe, or they're going to, you know, have a tree fall on them or something. But I feel like part of what should motivate us as a species is to reduce the overall level of suffering. Because it doesn't need to be so needless. It doesn't need to be so widespread. It doesn't need to be so... There doesn't need to be such a disparity between those who have and those who have not. Economic and material suffering could be solved easily enough, and I agree. And I feel like part of the reason why the people who do have the capacity to end those things aren't motivated to do it is because on some sick and twisted level, they like it. If you have people who are quote unquote beneath you, it makes you feel better about what you have. And I'm not saying that applies to everybody. I'm just saying that this applies to, like, capitalists for the most part. Need to make that number bigger. Money line go up. It's just like, wouldn't life be better if everybody was doing better? Or is it okay that it's just you that's doing better? Like, do we really need to be so self-centered and so egotistical? It's kind of gross. I just feel like we as a country should be ashamed. We should be ashamed that we don't have public health care. We should be ashamed that the phrase school lunch debt even exists. It's like, why are we so anti-feeding kids? Well, they're not my kids. Well, they're not my kids. So why should I feed them? It could be your kids. What if the stock market crashes? What if your company goes under? What if you're put into a position where you have to rely on social supports? It could happen to you. You can say a lot about a society based on how it treats the most vulnerable people within that society. And America does a pretty piss poor job of it. We exploit prisoners for their slave labor, we let kids go hungry, we let kids sleep on the streets, and we should be ashamed of that. So if you ever feel ashamed about yourself in your life, like maybe you did something embarrassing, maybe you did something you regret and you feel a sense of shame, remember who should really feel ashamed. The people who are in power, the people who have influence, who have capital, who have wealth, who could do something to reduce the overall level of suffering within our society, but don't. So don't beat yourself up. You're not a bad person. There are bad people out there, and those are the people you should really be worried about. Not the fact that you embarrassed yourself in middle school.
Not the fact that you had a bad breakup and you know, said hurtful things to somebody. It's like, you're not out there starving people. You're not out there depriving people of health care. You're not out there depriving people of their civil liberties. You're not out there depriving people of autonomy over their own bodies. There are really bad people out there, and you aren't one of them. The French knew what to do when the rich and powerful were taking advantage. Absolutely. Nobody knows how to revolt like the French. They'll bust out those guillotines. What kills me is the myth of meritocracy. Right? Anybody who knows what it's like to work in an office knows that meritocracy is bullshit. The higher up you get within a corporate structure, the less work you actually have to do. The hardest working people are always the people at the lowest rung of that ladder, of that structure. Those are the people doing the actual work. We're complacent with our suffering in a new way. Do you think that the powers that be, I believe that the powers that be are well aware of psychological mechanisms such as learned helplessness, and I fully believe that they exploit these to their benefit. If you believe that you are helpless within a situation, you will stop trying to get out of that situation and you will become comfortable with that situation, or you will at least try to make the best of that situation. And I feel like the people who do have the power, that do have the capital, those are the ones that know that, and they know that if you feel stuck, you're gonna be okay with not pushing back. But we donate to charities. I don't think that charities should need to exist. I believe that we shouldn't have to rely on the compassion and the, you know, of like an individual person. I believe that that is something that we should work on structurally within our government to have people's needs met. I don't feel like we should have to rely on the compassion of the individual. It should be something that's baked into the structure. Please help me, Papa. I'm high and I need something to watch later. Cartoons are always a safe choice. You could also watch 2001: A Space Odyssey. That's a banger. Any recommendations? Any recommendations for this questioner who needs some they need to know what to watch later. What are you into? You know, watching something that's comfortable to you is always a safe bet if you're high and you want to watch something. Sometimes when you're high and you're trying to watch something new, it can be a little bit disorienting. You're like, what's going on? I don't get it. It's confusing. What were they just talking about? What's happening? Sometimes it's nice to just watch something you've seen before, but then you watch it with a new set of eyes. What are your thoughts on the death penalty? Historically, I've been an anti-death penalty. Historically, I'm anti-death penalty. I was anti-death penalty from the time I was a teenager, and I don't think my thoughts and beliefs have really changed on that. Star Trek Voyager, the whole series marathon. But yeah, but then you gotta watch that episode where they turn into lizard people and Paris and Janeway turn into lizards and I'd recommend skipping that one. Thoughts on the death penalty? I don't know. I feel like there are other ways to enact justice than by putting someone else to death. That aside, like, it's estimated that at least 4% of the people who are executed via the death penalty are innocent. At least 4%. You know, even being from Missouri, we recently put to death a man who the prosecutors were pushing to not execute him because they acknowledged that there were holes in their case and that he was likely not guilty. And they executed him anyway. So that's Missouri for you. I think we're better off putting them in a room forever, because what if they come back or end up with their victims? I say put them to work. I'm like, have them go plant trees. Have them go pick up garbage. You know, have them committed to acts of public service. You know, put them to work. I feel like the governor was vengeful and cruel. Yeah, who's Missouri's governor right now? I don't even remember. I don't pay too close of attention to Missouri politics because it's a red state, and if I pay too close of attention to Missouri politics, I just get angry. But yeah. I just feel like there are more ways to enact justice than just killing another person. You know what I mean? Like, let's say that a person murders someone and then they are put on death row and they're scheduled to be executed. Like, wouldn't it be better if you instead put that person to work, you know, picking up garbage, sorting, recycling, you know, any number of different things that they could do to actually contribute to society. And then you take their wages and you give them to the victim's family. Or you give it to a charity. If, you know, like, there are much better ways that we can come out with a better net gain than simply killing another person. From what I understand, the victim's family didn't want him executed either, right? And that's something important to consider, is that oftentimes people who, the victim's family is like, they don't want more death. You know what I mean? But I feel like if you can, without a doubt, prove that somebody committed that crime, I feel like they should spend their life repaying that crime. And to just kill them... Oh my god, the fly's back. He woke up from his nap. I only stunned him. He's a big one, too. He's a honker. If he comes back, I'm gonna give him another slap. Community reparations, right? Like, I believe that there's a lot more good that can be done instead of just killing this person. Like, have them help build housing for people who can't afford housing. Have them help, there's just tons of different stuff that could be done. Have them do landscaping for public parks. Like, I guess just try to find whatever good you can find in an otherwise tragic and terrible situation. But I feel like just adding more death and more suffering and more pain to the equation doesn't really help anybody. Certainly is not a deterrent. Yeah, it's not a deterrent. The fact that the death penalty exists doesn't stop people from killing people. Thoughts on vigilante justice, internet sleuths, etc. My thoughts are, it kind of depends on to what end and the motives and the methods that people engage in. I'm like, to be a vigilante and to just like be like, oh yeah, this person did this crime and so I'm gonna go punish them. Is that okay? I don't know. Can I be the judge of that? Like, who could be the judge of that? I feel like it's not my place to say. As far as like internet sleuths and stuff, it's just like they're picking up the slack for sloppy police work. Like solving cold cases and, finding missing people or solving old murders. It's like they're just picking up after the sloppy investigations that are done by local police departments. My thoughts are, it really sucks that that is how it has to be, but there's something I want you to keep in mind. When it comes to recruiting police officers, a lot of police departments don't like it when an applicant scores too high on an entrance exam. They don't like it when an applicant scores too high because they recognize that a higher level intelligence means a more an increased chance that you will question authority. And they don't like that from their police officers. They like their police officers to be obedient and to follow directions. And I feel like that really fucks us over. That the people who are enforcing the rule of law are all of the C students. And you're actually barring intelligent people from taking a part in the process of the law because they're too intelligent. It's like these people could be solving crimes. These people could be enforcing justice. But no, they're too likely to question authority blindly, and so we can't hire them. Vigilante justice, though, it's like, I'm not going to say that I condone it. I'm not going to say that I approve of it, but I will say that, like, when you hear that, you know, somebody, you know, did a terrible crime, it's like they victimized somebody's child, and then the parent goes and, like, fucks them up. It's like, I'm not going to say that it doesn't give me a certain little bit of schadenfreude. I'm not gonna say that it doesn't give me a certain sense of grim satisfaction. It's like, there's a difference between being like, that was kind of based, and being like, oh, I approve of this, I condone of this. Because I feel like if vigilante justice was to be normalized, it's like, you're just gonna have people killing people, and then that's just gonna lead to more people killing more people, and that's not really a path you want to go down. But when you see a story on the news and it's like, oh yeah, this guy molested somebody's kid and then the parent went over there and beat him with a baseball bat, it's hard to be like, it's hard to be mad at him. Like, I can't condone it. I can't say I approve, but it's also hard to be like, I can't say I'm mad at him. Oh, there's a fly. Oh my god, I missed him by an inch. It was so close. Because it absolutely is a slippery slope. But I feel like people wouldn't have to lean on that if they could have faith in the rule of law, if they could have faith in the justice system. But I feel like a lot of people simply don't. And so they feel like they have to act outside of the justice system. Thank you all for all of these interesting questions today. We've had some really interesting, thought-provoking questions today. Thank you. This has been fun. But yeah, I don't believe in the death penalty. I'm like, if you need people to go down into a coal mine, I'm like, send the death row inmate down there. Like, have them go do it. Like, oh, so you need to clean out the drainage system in the sewer, and you have to go wade through 6 feet of shit, and you have to go unclog it. Like, shouldn't have killed that person. Get in there and clean it up. Right? It's like, but then what ends up happening is a lot of these people, it's like, oh yeah, they're put on death row, and then they're there for like 10, 20 years, and they're just like hanging out. How do I feel about conscription for the convicted? I'm against that, because that just leads to convicting people of minor or non-existing offenses, because you need to bump up the recruitment numbers. They're like, oh yeah, you were speeding, and I found drugs in your car, so it's time to join the army. It's like, it's just your word against theirs. But I don't know. It's a messy situation, and I don't think there's any right. I don't think there's any right answer. And so even the things that I'm talking about, like these are just my opinions. I'm like, is it problematic to say that we should sentence people on death row to hard labor? It's like, yeah, probably. It's like, I don't know, because some of them are probably innocent, and it's. But that's just the nature of the justice system, is it's not going to be perfect, and it's not going to. It's never going to be perfect. There's always going to be people that are victimized by this system that is designed to protect them. But I think we have to keep trying to do better. We have to keep trying to improve. We have to get as close as we can. But yeah, we are just doing a lot of talking in hypotheticals as well. I guess where I'm coming from when I talk about like being anti-death penalty and being like give this person, like put this person into a position where they can actually do some good. You know, make them do civil service, like have them picking up garbage, have them like scooping, you know, plastic off of the bottom of our waterways, like they're like, if you've been on a walk lately out in nature, it's like there's garbage all over the place. I'm like, somebody should be out there cleaning that up. But yeah, the death penalty system, it at least 4% of all of the people that are executed are innocent. At least 4%. And that's too many. But I feel like the people who commit the most heinous crimes owe a debt to society, and there are ways to have them repay that debt. Just giving them a comfy cell, you know, for the next 10, 20 years, just so that you can kill them, it just doesn't really make sense to me. Like, there's plenty of trash to pick up. They should be out picking up trash or something. Like, come on. Be out there planting trees. Like, is one more death gonna do anything to make the world a better place? Or could we do more good? Something to think about. Something to think about. Alrighty, we're wrapping up. So, this is your last chance. If you were thinking about subscribing to this stream, if you like this content, if you like this type of discussion, you know, consider supporting your boy. All the support that you guys give is appreciated, even if it's just participating in the discussion or asking questions or just being here and lending me your energy. But it is September. And it's the last day of September that I'll be streaming, so this is the last opportunity to take advantage of September for this particular stream, so just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. Alrighty. Alright. I'm gonna go make dinner. I'm gonna go make some dinner. I hope y'all have a great night. I hope y'all have a great weekend. Don't forget, be kind to yourself. It's okay to let stuff go. You don't need that pain forever. It's okay to forgive yourself. I feel like every day we wake up a new person. So do with that what you will. I'm gonna close my eyes, and if anybody wants to subscribe, now's your time. I'm not looking, I won't peek. If anybody wants to subscribe or gift a sub or drop a prime, you know, it's September, it helps your boy. It helps you, boy. Let's manifest it. Oh, we're at 108. Can we get to 110? Can we get 2 more? Manifesting. 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 It's worth a shot. I tried. Cutie Cheek with a gifted sub. Got him. We got him. Thank you. Thank you. The universe called and you answered. The universe called and you answered. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Thank you for all you do here. You've always got keen insight and a good opinion. You've always got good things to add to the convo. So thank you. We appreciate you. Is anybody gonna match Cutie Cheeks? Is anybody gonna match Cutie Cheeks' freak? Anybody gonna match their freak? Last call. Last call. We're at 109. Who wants to take us to 110? Ugh. I just got off the phone with my mom and she was trying to trigger me into yelling at her because I was an ungrateful daughter for not calling them when she was affected by the hurricane. I'm just flabbergasted and tired. I've tried distancing a number of times I call because she'll complain that I'm always calling. Now I'm not calling at all, so sigh. Like, do you need that energy in your life? Like, you attract more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. Unless you're trying to attract fruit flies. Fruit flies love vinegar, because it smells like rotting fruit to them. Oh. The beaver. Beaver. GNG, you aren't deserving of that bullshit. And just for the record, that's bullshit. And I think you know that, because historically there's a pattern and a trend of bullshit. I guess what I would recommend doing, you know, if you do feel like talking to her, is just like when she accuses you of such things, I would just ask questions like, why do you think I do that? Do you think I'm a bad person? One of my favorite things to do with toxic people is to just wear them out by asking them questions to get them to reflect on their own beliefs while showing them no emotion. Because that's what they want. They are a very emotional driven person and they're trying to get an emotional response out of you. But you have to show them that their words don't affect you and that'll really bother them. And then they'll try even harder to get an emotional response out of you. And so they'll say things that they know strike a chord with you. They'll target your insecurities, they will accuse you of terrible things that you know aren't true, but once you see the game for what it is, you don't have to play it with them, you just watch them play the game by themselves. You know what I mean? And then you ask questions about the game that they're playing. My baby. Oh, so sweet. It's Peter. Honestly, my biggest recommendation for you in dealing with a toxic parent is to just ask them questions such as, and why do you think that is? Like, just realize they're playing a fucked up game and they're trying to get an emotional response out of you, but you don't have to play. Like, you don't have to feel bad about yourself just because they're trying to make you feel bad about yourself. If this is a person that you wouldn't go to for advice, don't accept criticism from them. Whenever you find people being critical of you, just ask yourself, would I take advice from this person? If I had a problem or if I needed to, get guidance, would I go to this person? If the answer is no, then you don't need their criticism. Because here's the thing. They might be your parent, but they don't know you. If they did know you, they wouldn't accuse you of being such a terrible person. Like, they don't know you at all. And I think what they're really doing is they're just projecting their own insecurities onto you. I was kind of close to my friends. I stopped to see them slowly, and now I never see my friends, only maybe once a year. I'm not that lonely. I'm kind of indifferent. I feel fine about it, but I don't know. Just take into consideration the nature of depression, is that depression doesn't always just feel like sadness. A lot of times depression feels like indifference. It feels like apathy. It feels like numbness. It's a slow disconnect from the people that we were connected to. And so the fact that you don't know whether or not you feel fine, it sounds like you're still trying to figure that out. Do I actually feel fine? Are there things I could do to make me feel better? Penny, you need a bath. You need a bath, stinky puppy. I got Beaver down here rubbing on my legs. He's a good boy. Reason I kind of stopped seeing my friends is I didn't have the energy after I started a full-time job. And I feel like that contributes to things, being more meaningful, is that you find the time and you find the energy, even because what you may notice is that even though you might feel tired, but just like being around friends, being around people that understand you and support you and who want to see you doing well, that is a energizing thing. You might have more energy than you realized when you increase the demand for it. What I've come to find is that just sitting around and waiting for the energy to come to you doesn't really work. If you want to increase energy, you have to increase the demand. You have to put yourself into situations where you generate that energy. So sometimes it means going out even though you're tired. Sometimes it means talking to a friend even though you don't want to bother them. Sometimes it means, reaching out and reconnecting. Oh, Peter, you're so cute. How do you do it? How does she do it? She's so cute. Penny, how do you do it? What's your secret? She says she's not gonna tell me? Consider supporting this stream to support this. She needs a new ACL. Knee surgery. It's gonna cost $2,000, Penny. Glad I came in at just that time. I needed to hear that. Take it as a sign from the universe. You were where you needed to be at the moment you needed to be there. We had one more question pop in the box, so I'm going to take a look at this real quick before I go, and I really do need to run because I need to go make dinner. But somebody asked, and I think what I might do is I might briefly answer this one, but I might revisit this one at the start of the next stream because I want to take some time to think about it. Aside from Stoicism, what are some of your favorite philosophies? As far as philosophies go, I gotta say that Stoicism is probably one of my top ones because it has such an emphasis on focusing on what you do have control over in your life and becoming more comfortable with letting go of things that you don't have control over. And so it's a way to find a more balanced and peaceful life. But some other philosophies that I'm a fan of philosophies, a lot of Eastern philosophies. A lot of the Eastern philosophies are more driven towards spiritual wellness and finding balance and finding peace. And I identify more with those types of... Oh, thank you. Casey made me a snack. I'm about to start making dinner here soon, Casey. And I'm more interested in those types of philosophies like Confucius, Buddha, the Tao Te Ching, Lao Tzu. Like, I'm more interested in those types of philosophies because it's more about like connectedness. It's more about finding balance and finding peace and making priorities of different things. A lot of Western philosophies are just like, why do I exist? What am I here for? What does it mean to be? And it's just like, I get it. There's some interesting thoughts that pop up from those lines of thinking. But I feel like what a lot of Western philosophers do is they find themselves into these really like narrow, specific, like hypothetical, just like thought activities. And it's just like, and how is this helping people? I believe the best types of philosophies are the ones that encourage people to live a more peaceful and balanced life. And so I'm a fan of Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu is the founder of Taoism, and he wrote a book called the Tao Te Ching. But then I guess as far as like Western philosophers go, I would say, just like people who believe in things like collectivism and unity and social justice and, benefiting all people. That's what I kind of fuck with. I feel like a lot of what philosophy tries to do is answer questions that there aren't answers to. What I appreciate more in a philosophical approach is finding peace in the fact that we will not know everything, that there are some mysteries that we will not be able to solve. Because part of what's being human is we aren't comfortable with an unsolved mystery. An unanswered question. It makes us uneasy. What did I get as a snack? Chicken chunks. One of my favorite philosophers, and I guess I'll hang out for a minute because I got a snack, so I'll sit here and I'll eat this snack and we'll talk philosophy for a minute. Let's look up some quotes from Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu is the author of the Tao Te Ching. So let's look at some Lao Tzu quotes. Being deeply loved by someone gives you strength, while loving someone deeply gives you courage. In reading some of his quotes, you can probably see how it's impacted my approach in psychology. Like the quote here, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. I'm always telling you, focus on that next step. Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom. Mastering others is strength. Mastering yourself is true power. A good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent on arriving. This kind of ties into that saying, journey before destination. It's about the journey. Those who know do not speak. Those who speak do not know. When you are content to be simply yourself and don't compare or compete, everyone will respect you. The truth is not always beautiful, nor beautiful words the truth. Time is a created thing. To say I don't have time is like saying I don't want to. And this is something that I've also, attributed. It's like, it's not about finding time. It's about making time. The Chinese Cultural Revolution was an interesting period. It was, and the thing is they really don't teach you about it in Western schools, and it's something that I've always wanted to learn more about, but it's kind of something that I have to pursue on my own end. For some reason, we're really afraid of communism. I wonder why that is. A man with outward courage dares to die. A man with inner courage dares to live. Care about what other people think, and you will always be their prisoner. Nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished. But if you like what Lao Tzu is putting down, I would recommend checking out the Tao Te Ching. It's basically just they actually have PDFs of it. It's not a long book. And it's basically just a lot of like parables like this. And what we mean when we say the Tao is everything. If you've ever seen a yin yang, that's the symbol of Taoism. It's everything that is, good and bad. There is good in the bad and there is bad in the good, and they are equal parts of a whole. Post in Discord. Gotcha. Do they have an illustrated version? I like the I own a copy of the illustrated version. I just like it because it also has pictures. I think I like this version better because it's a little more compact. As you can see, it fits all on 24 pages. It's not that long of a book. But each one of these, like, entries gives you something to think about. But there's a lot of wisdom to be found here. So this is the one I'm going to post. In in the Discord. I'm gonna post it here. I'm just gonna post it in the main channel. For anybody who's interested. Before I go, I wanna share with you this post that I made. I saw this video, and it's of a machine clearing out all of the undergrowth and all of the stuff that's blocking the flow of the river. And when I saw this, it made me think about our brains, because most things make me think about our brains. And what this reminds me of is, like, there's stuff that you need to clear out of the way. There's stuff you need to let go of because it's blocking your flow. It's like your mind wants to flow freely, but there are things that are preventing you from doing that. And so you gotta get in there and you gotta clear them out. Don't assume that just because a thought or a belief hurts that you need it, or that it needs to be there, or that you should keep it. Whenever it comes to these types of painful or self-inhibiting or self-destructive methods of thinking, just ask yourself, do I need this? Or can I let this go? Our brains often mistake things as being important or worthy of keeping simply because we've either held on to them for a long time, or they create a high level of emotion within us. And that operates both good and bad, positive and negative. We assume that because it made us feel, that we have to keep it. So just think of your brain like this river. What sort of stuff can you dredge up? What sort of stuff can you get out of the way so that things can flow freely? When you remove the blockages of your mental congestion, you're able to flow more freely. So all I ask is that you give some consideration to whatever might be blocking you and ask yourself, what would things be like if I were to let this go? Because sometimes, I'm not going to say that letting go of things is always easy. That's simply not true. I've found myself in a position where it's like, ugh, I'm really struggling with letting this go. And that's normal. If it was easy, you would have done it already. He wants my chicken. He wants my chicken! Here, give you some chicken. You want it? Mm. You want it or not? You're just gonna lick it? He's trolling me? He is. Oh no, here he comes. Oh my god. Look at the size of him. Oh my god, he's huge. Look at it. Ah! Look at all that cat. It's my chicken. Avery, you can't have my chicken. It's my chicken. You have your own chicken to eat. Dropped it on the floor for him. Let's see if he eats it now. Maybe. Eat it. Do you want it or not? He's trolling me. Yeah, he used to be tiny. He was a tiny kitten. He was smaller than his sister, and now he's like twice her size. He's huge. So, next time you find yourself in the position where you're faced with intrusive thoughts or old feelings, old beliefs, old guilt, old shame, whatever it might be, just do yourself the service and ask yourself, what would things be like if I were to let this go? You might not need it. You might just feel like you need it. All right, everybody. That's going to be it for today. I'm out of chicken. Have a great night. Have a great weekend. Do something nice for yourself. Even if it's just letting go of something that's been holding you back. And if you feel like that's hard, that's okay. Because when you're getting used to letting things go, it's just like any other skill. Don't demand yourself to be better at this skill. It's something that you're just getting started. You're just practicing. You're getting better at it. So just keep at it. And what a weight off of your shoulders it'll be. What a weight off of your mind it'll be. All right, party people. Have a great night. See you all next time. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Mwah.